Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. How are you doing, Luna? And you made it to the beginning of the stream, by the way. Still have to like clean my glasses, but then I'm like so ready to go. My morning was unusually stressful though. Also, the past 2 days. You don't hear me? I feel like you all should be hearing me though. Anybody else hears me? You do? Somebody tell Luna to like unmute me or something. But welcome, welcome. I was about to say, like, I see my like microphone like showing that there's sound, so I was like, hmm. And hi Judith, and hi Stilt, and hi Indy. Welcome, welcome everyone. How you all doing? Is that clean now? So hard to see actually. Well, I guess clean enough if I can't. Clean enough. Clean enough. Whoa. I hate the way you need to like be so careful to not touch the rest of your glasses when you clean them. It's like so often I just mess up my like really nice cleaning job because I touch them out of mistake and then all is gone. Bro, can you make it properly clean? It's making stripes now. Like, are you kidding me? I don't want to. I don't want to look for my glasses and see stripes. Better. I just need to wash this thing. I think it's too dirty to. This is so bad. Anyways, so this needs to be washed. So, how are you all doing? And welcome everybody. And hi Birdbanes. And hi For. Do you have an ultrasonic cleaner? They're always good for glasses. I have an ultrasonic cleaner. The only thing is, it's like you need to dry the glasses afterwards, right? So if the towel I use is shit because it's just, too dirty and I should have washed it since forever, it's not gonna do anything for me. Or do people like let them just like air dry after the ultrasonic cleaner? Like, is that how you do it? Or like, I don't know, like I thought you put them in the ultrasonic cleaner, you get them out, and then you just have to like dry them with like some type of. I just air dry them. Okay. So ultrasonic cleaner, then air drying them over the night. I see, I see. Okay, I'm gonna try that today. I'm so new to having glasses because I only got these like last year. So like I don't know any of this shit. I don't know how to care for glasses. Oh, and hi Grumpy, you're welcome. How are you doing? A long time no see, no? I have an You have an inner party for those. Some trolls change the party bureau entries after Being considered for party on Google Maps to Iron Horse. Oh my god. That's nice. Gotta go back to work already? Alright, Grumpy. Do you have time later to come by? To do like a quick mental health check-in? Yeah, I have this one. It's like I feel like this is really good cleaner, just the towel I have is too dirty now. Like I feel like it's not from this. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing something else wrong. I don't know. I don't know how glasses work. Oh, from the holidays. I see, I see, I see. That's good to hear then. But how were your holidays, by the way? And how's everybody else? Like, should we do a quick mental health check-in for everybody? Hmm. I see. Two-cloth strategy. Mm-hmm. Only towel would leave smudges on the lenses. Yeah, I think I, I think I haven't cleaned this towel actually for like months. Because I always feel like I use it like so little. Like I like otherwise I would clean it like after every use, right? And that wouldn't make sense. But I feel like I don't know. I just forgot about them whenever I wash towels. So yeah. Oh my god, I love it, Judith. That's amazing. You spent the vacation at home? Okay. But like was it still nice though? Vacation at home can still be nice. Not had a good week, but mainly due to physical health making me worry rather than usual mental health. I see for. You wanna share what's going on with your physical health? Like I hope that it's like something which is gonna resolve itself quickly, hopefully. And hi Donnelly, welcome to the stream. Are my teachers to blame? And is this physical harm to a student who did nothing but refused work? She has disabilities, but that's besides the point. Got dragged out of the classroom for all the students to see. So you just refused to like do some type of work, and then you got like dragged out of the classroom for like the other students to see. What? That's, I mean, depending on the country, I guess, and what's common. I'm not saying that it's good just because it's common, but depending on that, I think there's more or less you can like do by like talking to like some lawyer or something. But I don't know, like this never happened in like I don't know this happening to anybody. From like in sort of my because I lived in Germany and then moved to the Netherlands. And like here stuff like this doesn't happen. So you know, it's just one of those things like I definitely like if this is not like super common where like it can still be shit, right? But then you can't really do anything against it because everybody's just gonna be like, yeah, but you know, like this is just how shit works, yeah. Um but you can definitely like try to do something against it, like depending on like how the laws are in the country you live in and like if they protect you from something like this or not. But it's sadly like I don't know. It's sadly not about if it's like wrong or right. It's just if the law is on your side or not. I guess in terms of like if you can actually like do something against that. But I think anyhow, like if you're asking like if your teachers are to blame or like if this is like if this was good or bad, this is definitely something where I feel like a good teacher doesn't work like this. Like dragging somebody out of the classroom because they're refusing to do work is just like super old school. It's not the best way to do things at all. Because people need to feel like safe to learn, and doing something like this is obviously gonna go against that. And then on the other hand, like teachers should be, you know, way better at regulating their emotions to deal with somebody refusing the work and actually like because this is something like depending on your age, right? This is something which can be like very normal. Like I feel like in university it's something like if you refuse to work, just like leave, you know, because like you're like sort of paying to be here. So like doesn't like the teacher doesn't need to like the professor doesn't need to care if you're doing the work or not. If you're in regular school and you don't do stuff, then like okay, the teacher sort of has to care, but then it's also a thing where like they should talk to you like why you're refusing the work. Like if there's anything they can resolve or help you with or if there's a reason for it. And then usually there's like other things like I don't know, like in my schools, you could get like a warning letter essentially, which will go to your parents, and everybody was like, "Oh my god!" And if you would get like too many of these, you would have to leave the school, and that would be the thing teachers would then like sort of threaten you with to be like, "Hey, you know, like shut the fuck up and work." But like somebody being actually physically dragged out of the classroom is like, what's even the point of that? Like if it's like a regular school, they literally like they have to so at least where I live, they have a responsibility to watch over you. In university, of course, they don't anymore, but in regular school, they have a responsibility to watch over you. So dragging you out of the classroom for you to then be like alone out of the classroom doesn't is not really like a good idea for them. But yeah. But definitely go check out if there's like, I don't know, if there's something, if the laws are on your side, Donnelly. Hypermobility and weekend before last, I dislocated my knee and keeps collapsing. Crutches as can walk, so waiting to see physios, but usually when it happens, I'm walking again within a week. This time it's very different. Oh, oh shit. Yeah. I hope they can do something about that for. I hope it's gonna be better soon. Good luck from my side. More than usual, Indy. How's your mental health doing apart from that, Indy? And what do you mean, Judith, by the way, with your mental health as a teenager? Dagobert, what are you trying to say? There's like too many mistakes in that sentence. I literally I don't know what you're trying to say with that one. Phil, welcome. That's super interesting. You will be in Ukraine? How come, Lofael? I signed a contract with the army to get my sentence removed. Oh, that's a thing you can do? That's crazy. So how much is that worth? Like, how much do you get, like, removed for signing with the army? Um, how long of a sentence can be removed for signing with the army? How many years of the sentence are removed? Maybe somebody can type it. Maybe then it's easier to understand because it's like not dependent on the pronunciation. I think being connected to a teenager seems actually really nice. Muted. I feel like sometimes we lose connection to that, and I think it's honestly one of the things why we love having kids and why so many people love having kids because they bring you closer to your emotions again and your inner child as well. So maybe if you can use it, I don't think it's bad to hold on to that. Like I feel like having like a good balance between like being the adult but also having these like kid modes where you just have fun is actually a really good way of living life. It can be a really happy way. Thank you, Bird Baines. till the war ends or I get injured and can't fight anymore. So you have to literally like commit to be part of the military for life to get your sentence removed? That's crazy. I can't imagine the sentence to have been so long. Like for like, well, okay, I guess for stealing money from the government, sentences can be quite long. Because that's what the government cares about, right? But like, still, just signing with the military for life? 7 years. Hmm. I wouldn't phrase it just like this, Mitochondria, right? Because I think it's like we don't know how a Russian prison is like, right? Um, and I feel for most people it probably always feels like really ambiguous to like join the military, what's they're like actually gonna do. And how unlawful or lawful it is. Like it's a very I feel like complicated thing to judge for most people. Also, of course, depending on like the propaganda they live under, right? Um, Google what a Russian prison looks like. Actually, you know what? I think that's could be interesting. Hmm. Okay, so the pictures don't look like crazy bad. Um, but I think it's probably like definitely worse than like in countries where there's like more protection of inmates, like a higher protection, like legal protection of inmates. Um, and I can't imagine there be to like that there's like a high legal protection of inmates in Russia. So I think you're very much dependent on what the like prison guards are like. Um, you did Pilates every day? Jeez, Grumpy Palace Cat, that's crazy. What type of program did you follow, by the way? Do you want to send that into the Discord? Or consider to start with Pilates as well. Alright, see you then, Indy. Who's between 18 and 60 is getting sent to the zero line with 2 weeks training max. Oof. When I was in the army, they taught me sniping. Now they told me I end up as a sniper with drones. Oh. Hmm. I don't know. I think it's like a really. I think it's a really shitty situation. Um, because the thing is, I don't know, right? But I can't imagine um, if you don't even really have a lot of legal protection as an inmate, um, that you have more legal protection uh, as a inmate in the military. I feel like for sure they're gonna use you to your like full potential in their eyes. But I think, well, honestly, it's hard to know. I feel like what we know of the war, it's like there's anyhow not much care about like a single life lost. So it's really, I don't know. It's hard to know actually if it's going to be worse as an inmate in the military, but I think it's going to be worse, just because usually, sort of like systems which evolve around like a um this like very hierarchical system, which is very suppressive as well. Um, Usually these systems really try actually to give like sort of everybody power along this hierarchy. Um, and this is like the positive thing you get, that you can like suppress others and only get suppressed by the ones above you essentially. And of course, it's like a losing calculation. Like it's never like in the big scale. It's like just shitty overall for everybody. Um, but so I would imagine that like the military people at in the war there are definitely gonna have some sort of power over you because you're just an inmate. Um, I would worry to be sent on like essentially like suicide missions. Thank you for the follow and welcome. Yeah. So, yeah, it's just a very difficult situation. It's a very difficult judgment to make as well, I think. So, I feel like, I mean, Lofael already said, like, if there is sort of the option, like he thought about defecting to these programs you mentioned, mitochondria. So I guess if there's the option, Lofael is gonna take take his chance, right? Because he knows well as well that he won't get out of the war except he like dies or gets injured. Um, so I don't know. Hi, Wolf's World. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Going to school for psychology, and you have a very nice vibe here. Thank you so much. Where are you going to school for psychology? Which country? If I might ask, like, you don't have to say, of course, if you don't want to. Ah, okay. I see. Ground people is good. Existing in the abyss of nothingness. That doesn't sound nice. Is there anything we can do for you here to support you? Did you ask mine where? Yeah, like where mostly. I guess why's actually, now I want to know why as well. I was like before I just like assumed this like just general thing of like, I'm like good at this, I want to help people, I'm gonna do that. But if there is a why which is like sort of more specific than that, then do let me know. How you doing? Mm, I'm doing all right. Last few days have been stressful. My mom asked me to plan like a family vacation, but it's not like I plan it and then it's just like, oh yeah, seems nice, let's do it. But it's like I plan it and then she's gonna tell me, oh, but this is not good and that's not good and here's not good. And then I have to search up more and then it's like that type of being the planner for the family vacation. So for the last couple of days, I've been like only looking up flights and accommodations and everything. Yeah. So I'm hoping that at an end now, I think we actually like agreed on something. And I sent her all the information she needs to actually book all of the things. So I hope for the next couple of days I can chill, but we'll see. We'll see. And thank you for the follow. Get used to it? No. Beyond repair and okay with it. Hmm. All right. I think there's definitely a certain peace you find um, when you're, like I never like when people say like broken beyond repair. Um, but I also think that like therapy is not like fixing somebody, but helping somebody integrate what they've gone through in their lives and then like learn how to function sort of with having lived through that to a level where they feel happy in their life with. Um, so yeah, I'm actually like quite conflicted about this statement because I feel like there's a certain acceptance in that statement, which is positive, I think. Because too often we feel like we want to be like before we lived through something, where I feel like this is a very tall ask and doesn't really like make sense because like we went through something, right? It's going to affect us to a certain amount. Like not wanting to have like depression for your entire life, like that's okay. Like you don't need to have depression because of something. Like you can sort of integrate it, progress through it and everything, but it's not like you never gonna have lived that experience. um but yeah, I'm also sort of like, I don't know, like there's a certain sense of hopelessness as well, and it's like, oh, it's anyways like never gonna get good or better. And that's something where I'm like, if you think that there's like, nobody can like people can only support you and what your goals are. But I personally also thought that for a long time, and I'm glad that at some point I took a chance with therapy, and it turned out really good. So I don't know. I'm glad I tried. And hi, Forty Bay. Welcome, welcome. You were pushed to become a trauma therapist? Alright. Why were you pushed to become a trauma therapist? In Canada? Ooh, that's nice. Hi, Sock now. Welcome to the chat. Oh, guys, I can't keep up. I'm gonna skip to the new messages, okay? Just like send it again if there's something which is like still um like now I'm missing the word in English. Important for the point in the conversation we are. I see, Wolf's World. I see. And hi Dragu, welcome, welcome. How you doing? And hi Lopata, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Like I personally, I don't know. I feel like it's always super hard to actually be like completely on par with one sort of therapy style. Um and I'm not entirely sure actually what the Carl Rogers client-centered therapy is. I haven't like haven't noted it on the Carl Rogers client-centered therapy, so it might be that I like know what the therapy is, but like not under that name. But like with Freud, it's just like I don't know. I feel like you know, there's just so many things where Freud was like so far off that I don't know. I don't want to give him too much credit, if that makes sense. Hmm. I see. Trinfinity. That sounds amazing. How long is the way in Canada actually to become a trauma therapist? Because I feel like something like this can take so long actually. Like in Germany, you have to do like a bachelor, you have to do like sometimes a pre-master, then a master, and then you still have to like you're not like a full-fledged therapist, but you still have to get some years of experience having like a um, yeah, how do you say that in English? Like having somebody watch over you, essentially. And I'm doing like really good, Ragu. Apart from the like holiday booking planning stress. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Like Freud is so unhinged in so many of his takes. It's just a thing where like I just don't like to give him much credit. Like not everything was wrong, sure. But you know, so many things were just stuff where you're like, I don't know. No, let's not actually talk about that. I mean, mitochondria, if you have like any like official resources on this, it might actually be like really useful, no? For Lofile. So you can like check those out and see if there is like an option for that or something. Um and I mean in the end we can always like only lay out the options Lofile has and then he has to make the decision on his own. Like no matter how good or bad our um or how good or bad we think our options are, right? Then something new comes and pushes me to a deeper hole. Happened to me like 4 times in the past 4 days, and it's so draining. Especially when there's something I need help with. So no one cares, no one can help me with these things. I mean, Drago, you know we care. So, if you want to talk about it, like we could sort of like try to get to a point with this general discussion where we could move over to like a spotlight and then just go a bit more in depth about how there's maybe like a well solution I don't want to promise, but what there is we can do for you and for you to just have the space to just talk about it if you want. Hmm. Wait, decades ago? Okay, True Infinity, like how can I ask how old you are? Like, is that okay for me to ask? Because like for me, like I considered to study like psychology still. But it was a thing where like I looked at, okay, I would have to do the bachelor, I would have to do the pre-master, I would have to do the master, I would then have to actually like um do this like working while somebody's essentially checking everything you do for a couple of years. And I was just like, damn. And like while that entire time was going on, I couldn't keep the stream going here. Like I couldn't help anybody in this moment, but like only essentially like in 10 years where I was like, mm, I think I'd rather bridge or like try to bridge a gap with this stream and get better at that by like reading books and doing certifications, but like sort of on my own pace. Like maybe even like doing like a bachelor in psychology, but like just at my own pace. Um, Instead of like ditching everything and hoping that in 10 years it's like I don't know, we still have positions like these. Yeah, the session is busy, Mill. For real. Oh, wait. I'm gonna repost the link Mitochondria sent. Or like his entire message, their entire message. I say decades being dramatic. I'm mid-30s right now. Okay. But honestly, like being mid-30s and starting something like this, like I respect you so much for it because I feel like it can be quite scary to start something new again like this, you know? Oh, damn, Lafal, I see. Wars bring out the worst of the Western people. I can't tell. Are you from Yemen or Mali? Me, Carter, or like who do you mean? I see, Drago. I mean, I wish I could. But that's gonna be a bit tough. The question of will there be positions only could I get what you mean. This is actually not what I meant. I was being way more dramatic in that moment. I was being like, we don't know if the next world war is gonna break out. You know what I mean? Like studying something like psychology for me here would be really expensive. And so it would drastically limit our life quality as of now. And it would take a amount of time where like if you don't finish to the full extent, you still can't work as a therapist, right? So if you go like 5 years, then a big war is like breaking out or something, or like you can't finish because of something. You don't have much anyhow. And then you didn't help anybody until then, right? So it's a thing where I'm just like, also, I don't know. I have had bad experiences with universities and mm, how they value their students, if that makes sense. So it's like, yeah. But I love that because like same here, same here. Like this stream, everything here, like everything I do is like I am also like essentially in that same position. Like I'm in a very unique position where I can, to a certain extent, choose what I want to do with my life and don't have to choose out of desperation to make money. And this is, I mean, not only, of course, like my husband is working, has a good job, and he's like able to like bring us through sort of day by day. Because I actually saved up enough money so that we could like buy an apartment, and we still have like the credit for like forever, literally like for 30 years or some shit. But because of that, we're actually not impacted by the ongoing housing crisis here in the Netherlands, which is genuinely crazy, genuinely crazy. And if we were affected by that, we couldn't afford to live in the Netherlands anymore. Like straight up. Like if we would have to find like an apartment to rent right now, it would be too expensive to live here if I wouldn't have a full-time job, which is good, like good paying. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Because of this intention, like I think if we were to take it to a reduction, it was more about the freedom of patient expression. Like, yeah, I think like I feel like sort of I agree with you. Like I feel like learning something about Freud makes sense, right? I don't think it's bad, but we shouldn't like put him like on a pedestal or something. Like it wasn't um Yeah, you can't take it like too serious, if that makes sense. I feel like my advice for I feel like advice for Lo-File and Lo-File's position is really difficult. And I think you both honestly like covered that um, perfectly. Because there's a lot of arguments for both sides, right? Like there's the argument of like you had Bert Baines of like just do what you have to survive. And then there's the argument we have from mitochondria with like, well, like inform yourself properly, like defect and get out of there because otherwise you're just like killing innocents and that's also not okay. And I feel like we sort of already came to a consensus, right? Like check out the links, like see how the affecting, like if that seems like an option. But in the end, there's a certain like I think the thing I would care about most is or which is well, which we haven't talked about yet, is that if defecting is not going to be an option, if you stay in that military, make sure that you don't lose morale. Like try to hold on to your humanity. Like you will be asked to do like inhumane stuff, but there's an amount of things where this argument of like otherwise I would be killed, so I don't really have a free choice is pulling, and then there's a certain amount where like now you're just doing war crimes and essentially like excusing them with like, oh, but I didn't have a choice. So don't lose your humanity if you don't have like if defecting is not an option and if you have to stay there. Don't take part in unnecessarily like well, all of war is unnecessary, but like don't go a step further than you have to, if that makes sense. Like try to hold on to as much humanity as you can. And it's gonna be hard. Jesus is the best therapist. I disagree. Jesus can't talk. I feel like I like I'm gonna be honest. I think it's honestly it's so hard when like I don't make religion much of a topic in this stream because I think like everybody believe what they want to believe. But at the same time, we can't disregard science, right? Like Jesus or like finding your religion, your belief, whatever, is not gonna be helping you with major depressive disorder or something like this, you know? Like there's certain things which are going to help you, and finding a religion or a church where you find people to be around, where you find support, can help a great amount with mental health struggles. But let's not pretend like just finding something you believed in is going to fix all our problems. And especially things which are like closer to medicine. Because then we can also go around and be like, oh, like if you have cancer, like don't go to the doctor, just go to church. Like this is also not something we do. And like mental health at a certain point is not a thing where you fix it with like a mental health coach or a life coach or a best friend or talking to your mom or something, but where you actually have to have or like where you would do very much better if you have professional assistance. So, and this is usually when like therapists come in clutch. So, yeah. And hi, Uncle Brit and welcome. We're being like so far off again. Yeah, the housing crisis is insane. Let me tell you, Trinfinity. Everything is against me, and when I finally believe it will be okay, it gets worse, and I'm tired of this. Like, wouldn't it be better if I wasn't here? I mean, the thing is, though, right? Like, wouldn't it be better if I wasn't here? It's like to a certain amount about you and your experience, and to a certain amount about like, would it be better for like other people or the world or in general, right? I feel like, wouldn't it be better for other people, the world, or in general? Is something we like can look at, but don't have to. And if we were to look at, it would be negative anyhow. Like, it's probably not better for other people. And we know that because the average amount of people like influenced by suicide is like 135. Like, that might be different nowadays, but like there's like a number I learned, and there's a higher chance of like other people actually attempting suicide once somebody they knew died by suicide. So this is another factor, right? For like this like general thing and like for others and stuff like this. For you personally, we don't know what happens after we die, right? And of course there could be something, but there also could very well be nothing. And there's no chance to go back if you ever died of suicide or like died in general. Like, there's no chance to go back. And I feel like just knowing so many stories of people who have gone through the absolute worst, and then at the end got to a point where they actually enjoyed life, as a thing, like, I wouldn't want to miss that. Like, if I would have opted out and died when I was younger, like, I wouldn't be here now. I wouldn't be in the position where I consider myself lucky now. Right. And I think, funnily enough, to a certain extent, just because I've seen a lot, it's like now after therapy, sort of like getting out on the other side, it's easier to be happy, if that makes sense. Because it's like, it's harder for things to shake you because you're like, I've gotten through that other thing. Like, this can't be that bad. Like, it's gonna be stressful maybe, or, like, oh, okay, that's gonna be work. But you've gone through like so much things already that like then it's like, yeah, it's gonna be fine. But another thing I want to point out is that I feel like personally back then, I was pushing myself too much. Like I was expecting too much of myself. Like I was struggling really bad. I was literally considering if like all of this is like not worth it anymore and like too bad to actually hold on. But I also had so high expectations of myself. Like I had the expectation to be like a mentally healthy person. Like I was the entire time comparing myself to mentally healthy people. And then like everything was not good enough. Everything was shit. And I feel like it started actually in like after a couple months maybe in therapy. That I just adjusted these expectations. Like I just didn't expect myself to function like a mentally healthy person. I just thought like, okay, you know what? Like I don't have to eat healthy. I have to eat at all. Like that's the first step. And if I then have energy left over, I can I can worry about eating healthy. But the first thing is I have to eat at all. Or the first thing is I have to go outside and do stuff at all. And then I can worry about if I look good, if I have makeup on, if I take care of my skin, all of that. I have to shower at all and sort of keep a certain amount of minimum hygiene. And after that, I can worry about like having a good hair routine, having a good skincare routine. You know? So, in the moment where you let a few of these expectations go and still like keep on doing the things which are important to not get worse. Like, for example, it's important to get out at all, like to not entirely isolate yourself. That's important because otherwise it's going to be worse. It's important to have a certain amount of hygiene. It's important to have a certain amount of just like nutrition. It's important to have a certain amount of like tidiness in your space where you live. But there's sort of like a priority list. And once I just didn't overextend with these expectations and I didn't over push myself, but I just left the last few and just did the things which are actually important, but like stepped away from like doing these like last things of like putting makeup on, having a good hair routine, like having, like these things which are optional. I had more energy to actually deal with life being hard right now. And I didn't feel so exhausted anymore because I wasn't pushing my boundaries to an insane extent. You know what I mean, Drago? And is this something like you can sort of like you see maybe in your life as well, that you're sort of comparing yourself to mentally healthy people? Oh, bless you. And hi, Matthias. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? I mean, if there's nothing after life, then it's neutral, and neutral is better than 99% negative. Understand what you say, and most of the problems now are related to work loss, etc. It's not about my mental health problems, family, and so on. I don't even have time to deal with these emotional things because I have to deal with the life stuff. Because if I won't, I'll have to pay huge fees, and it takes only one mistake, and I'm new to this, and there's no one who could help me with it. But this is, I get what you mean. Um, I do want to point out that a life stuff also takes energy, right? So if this is taking too much energy now, and you feel too exhausted, you know, which you complain about, then freeing up energy elsewhere can help. So expecting less from you in other parts can help. Like there's a certain minimum we want to like maintain, of course. But if like these work laws and stuff are so hard in that moment, you know, don't expect yourself to do it all, is what I mean. Like give yourself some grace that this needs more of your energy and be like, okay, I'm gonna like cut down on this to like allocate it here. And then after this is done, I'm gonna go back to this. So, but apart from that, there's, I don't know, like there could be like depending on the problem, right? And just I'm just saying this because I feel like you're sometimes too much on the edge of being like, oh, there's nobody who can help me. Um there's unusually often people who have dealt with something before when you bring it up. It's like a thing where like you don't know beforehand. It's like essentially it's the same with dealing with the grief of having lost your child and like having had to like a miscarriage. Like a miscarriage is something where like if you think about it, there are so little people you know who had a miscarriage, but if you look at statistics, there's actually a lot of people who have miscarriages. um but most people don't tell you because it's such a private thing and they don't want to be a burden. But they would tell you and would be able to help you if you bring it up. And then chances are good that you actually do find a person who has gone through that or who knows someone who has gone through that and connect you to them. It's like low key similar with like suicidal thoughts. Like if you look at like the amount of like teenagers who have like suicidal ideations or who have had suicidal ideations. Let me check actually if I have the number noted down here. So in the youth in America in I think it was 2019, 17 to 80%, 17 to 18% reported suicidal ideations in youth. So this is literally every like roundabout every fifth person. I feel like a lot of people have suicidal ideations, think they're alone, but if they were to bring it up in a class of like, let's say the class has like 30 people, you're one of them. There's literally 5 more. Like statistically, there's 5 more. you know? Mm, I see, Drago. Like, also not something small, like, for example, getting like pre-made food or something instead of cooking yourself, or like something like this, or opting for, like, in terms of physical exercise, maybe opting for like a 20-minute walk instead of like going to the gym for 2 hours. I only learned I had a younger brother who didn't make it in the womb when I was like 20. Yeah. Like, a friend of ours only learned that a sister of hers had a miscarriage when she had a miscarriage. Yeah. That on top of that Trinfinity, yep. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, it's like crazy, right? Like, if you look at American adults in 2019, 5% of American adults reported suicidal ideations. Like 5%, like, yeah, it's like less than, like for the teenagers, it's like not 1 in 5. Um, but it's still like 1 in 20. And I don't know. I'm going to start a new topic if no one minds. So the trolley problem, and it has real-world applications in the modern era, like how self-driving vehicles should behave when it encounters a similar situations. That is, choose to act and kill lesser people when not acting would kill more people. Yeah, it's like, honestly, like these dilemma problems you learn. Like, I learned them in school, actually, in ethics, in ethics class, and people were like, nobody has these in real life. And I was like, bro, my entire fucking life feels like a dilemma. Like, this level of, like, these questions actually easy. Like, low-key, compared to, like, the dilemma I felt like I was going through in my life. And I don't know, like, that was crazy to me, like, learning about these. I think I definitely agree, mitochondria, that like prevention is the biggest factor, right? Like, there's a lot of things where we know poor mental health outcomes are really common if you go through them. So for example, like, poor mental health outcomes are very common for low socioeconomic groups. So just like poor people, essentially. Um, and like having sort of like, for example, any sort of like social programs there, educational programs and stuff like this, where you can essentially like make people have a better image of a possible future, would definitely help a big ton. Actually, a lot of suicide prevention plans are essentially helping in general with um, with mental health problems. It's like part of those, of course. Like part of the suicide prevention plans are also, for example, that there's more awareness, there's like better services for like if you're like already sort of like having suicidal thoughts, to talk about them and stuff like this, and that there's more psychoeducation around this stuff. But some of the suicide prevention plans are literally also shaping futures, hopes, and like sort of laws around mental health. For example, also like laws around. So I like yesterday I read through a paper which was based on India actually, and talking about the mental health crisis in India, specifically around like the suicide numbers. And one of the really interesting parts of the statistic there was that for so women had like an unusually high suicide rate in India, like compared to other countries. It's like unusually high. And what they else found out is that for like female suicide rates are the highest for married women. So that's really, really interesting. And to sort of counteract that, it would, for example, be like a prevention plan would be to do something against how do you say that in English? Wait, like how do you say that in English? Domestic violence and stuff like this. But who am I supposed to tell when I don't have anyone? Country doesn't care, because not knowing the laws isn't their problem. Yeah, there's nothing I can miss out on. I'm not going anywhere since I'm sick now, and I have to cook my food, etc. There's usually nearly like in all countries actually programs for free law advice, because people acknowledge that this is a problem actually, and that this is literally creating like social injustices. So there might actually sort of be a helpline or something to just get some more information on like laws and like how to do stuff, or if there's like a if they can even take your case or something like this. So I would check if there's like any numbers or something like this online. Like maybe you can just ask like AI or something. If there is like tell her like just like a rough outline about your problem, and be like, are there any like volunteer services who can help me and support me with this? The thing is, bird pains, I'm not sure like in in sort of like, I feel like it's like one of those like dilemma questions where like it's like theoretically it's a dilemma, but practically it's not as much as a dilemma. Because for example, like the argument for actually like diverting cars and stuff is more negatively because like right now we live in a society where like self-driving cars would have to drive on the same road with like actually like driving people. And for people, it's always easier to know and adjust to a situation when it's clear what's going to happen next. So when whatever happens is very sort of obvious. So for example, like just like turning right like this or turning left like this. Apart from actually endangering the driver because like the car could flip and stuff like this. Like in a lot of situations, like it's just not reasonable to do that because like just because of physics, like the car could flip, it could be like just like not work if it's like too spontaneous. And if it's not spontaneous exactly, you can just like brake, and that's like the like way easier option. But also for other people to react to what's happening and actually like help or sort of make space or stuff like this, it's like easier for them to react accordingly if they know what's gonna happen. And if it's gonna be a decision where, so first of all, like there can also like what is the extreme negative case? The extreme negative case is the self-driving car actually misrepresents something. It's like thinking something is a human, but it's not a human, and then choosing to kill one human instead of like two chairs or something like this. Like that's the most negative thing which could happen. So for that alone, it's like really, really useful to not have that car choose, but just stop. But for other people to react, it's also better to have like a very, very scripted outcome of the situation where stopping is the most scripted. Because if there's any type of decision making, you're essentially like need the person to have the same amount of information as the car has, even though they probably don't because they are coming from a different angle or something like this. So having the car stop is the most scripted thing you can like offer to as information to the people around. I mean, it's also part of the argument. It's literally advised that if you have like if there's like, I don't know, like a deer or something like running across the street, it's advised to just brake and don't try uh, to go around because it's unsafer. Like you're endangering potentially other people because in that moment of decision making, you can never have all of these informations to make a good decision, and you're endangering yourself because your car is like likely to flip or just go against a tree or something like this. Or do not rely on AI to handle your mental health issues. This is not what I said, right? Like we're all clear. This is not what I said. Like this is not. Is that related to what I said? Or to somebody else? Because what I said, like where I recommended AI, is to ask for resources on support with like laws, not mental health, laws. Like to essentially ask for the number to like a free lawyer or like some, like advisor in terms of laws. Okay, okay. Just making that sure. Because this is not what I said. Like what Dragoo's struggling with and what he explains to us is essentially that his mental health is actually not it's obviously also not good right now, but also it's like the bigger problem is actually like a law problem. So this is why I recommend that, like, hey, check if there's like in most countries there's already like volunteer service, like lawyers who volunteer and sort of like volunteer services for judicial advice. And he should check with and can just ask AI if there's any resources in his country available to him. And then maybe they can just give him some directions on like what to look up or what's best to do, like if it's actually necessary to get a lawyer or if it's okay or something. Yeah. It's like definitely don't use AI as your therapist, please. It's like AI is essentially like it's like the rest of the internet. Like you can it's not even like well, it's sort of like the rest of the internet. You can rely on it for resources as much as you have checked these resources to be reliable. And this sounds like all or nothing, and exactly that it is. It's like AI sometimes lies, and we know it actually lies quite frequently from like official statistics, public statistics. And we know that it has not gotten as much better as we hoped it would, since this has publicly turned into an issue. So AI can literally just lie to you. AI can be oftentimes actually way too agreeable. In other instances, it can just be a perfect way to summarize information and can be really good. But it's just not reliable. It's not a reliable resource. So it can be really nice to sort of get information on something where you don't care too much about the reliability. So, for example, I don't know, if you want to make holidays to some place and you're just like, I just want to narrow it down from like the entire world to like 5 places and then just like from there make my decision. And if it's like a little bit inaccurate, like I don't care much. It's not that bad. Like I'm still going to look at the like 5 places myself. And if I don't like the results, I'm just going to ask it for 5 different places. Like that's like really, really good for like, that's really easy. Or if you're just like trying to find some information or like, I don't know, like have like are on like a travel guide website and it's like a huge ass paragraph and you're just like, please summarize me this shit. Like that's perfect use for AI because it's like 80% is good enough, right? But yeah, I don't know. You look like a cat who learned to talk. I'm literally volunteering to offer mental health support online, Sepil. What are you doing with your life? Just like asking, because what is the point of this? Like, shots fired from my side, officially. I'm so over it. Like, I have to listen to so many stupid first messages since the last time I had somebody literally come in and be like, "Oh, how do I handle to be obese like you?" I'm literally not obese. Even if I were, rude. Like, I don't know. It's just like the audacity. That was a first message. I'm not kidding. It was literally a thing where I like, this must be a rhetoric message. Like, you don't want an answer actually. Like, you're literally just trolling. Like, no shots. Somebody feels like that's a good first message. No shot, right? Like, we haven't, like, it's not gone that far, right? Like, this is on the level of being like rejected by AI. Have you seen that actually? Where like somebody was rejected by an AI dating bot? Because the AI dating bot literally then said like, sorry, you're being too, like, you're too sexist. Like, I can't deal with this. Like, I feel like we're not meant for each other if it's like this. Whereas like, ooh, that's crazy. Like, managing that, damn. Like, you haven't seen, wait, I'm gonna look this up. That was so funny. Um, mm, wait. Wait. Can I go to? Can I get to the official picture on this? Because I only found the screenshot on like Cosmopolitan, but I saw it originally on Reddit. I don't know. I'm just gonna send you the link I have to the Cosmopolitan thing. I don't want to like waste more time when like searching for the thing. Like, that was so funny. And hi, Polska. Welcome. How you doing? Is beer one color or two colors? I mean, I feel like the like stuff on top. How do you say that in English? In like German, it's called die Krone. Die Krone. I don't know, but the foamy stuff on top, I feel that belongs to a beer. So I would say two colors. You gotta go, Birdbrains? All right. Have a great day, you too. I hope it's gonna be amazing, and see you next week. Crows and orcas are both smart animals. Which one is smarter? Oof. I think. I don't know. Do we know, actually, though? Like, I don't know as me being myself. Do we, as like humanity, know, actually? Or like, you know? Because I feel like it's hard actually to like, how can we tell how smart an animal is? Like, can we actually tell? Because I feel like even with IQ tests for humans, we have the problem that um, we can't fully rely on them to actually tell how smart somebody is or not. Because they only test certain parts of knowledge, and sort of like which parts of knowledge they test is gonna have an influence on like how smart somebody is. So for example, like how smart is somebody who's like really, really smart is in one specific subject, but in other subjects not as smart. Like, is that better than being like average smart in all subjects? Like, it's really hard, I feel like, to actually like describe what being smart actually means, or like what is smarter than something else. And so, for example, by these, like with these IQ tests, like translations matter. Like it also like socioeconomic, like upbringing matters. Like, what if somebody like didn't properly like learn how to like read or write, but would be like really smart? Like, can you have the same test? Like, how viable is the test if you have somebody like next to him who's like asking him the questions and then writing the answer for him? Like, how much is that going to influence the result? So, apart from like us already struggling with actually defining smartness for humans, defining smartness for animals, I feel like is even more of a stretch because it's just such a subjective topic, I feel like. Like, it's easy to like, I feel like you could probably like find an example where everybody on the entire planet would agree, which is like extreme like stupidity, extreme smartness, sort of that, and then have everybody agree. But for so many people, people would actually be vastly different opinions, and I feel like this is actually describing perfectly the really difficult situation we're in if we want to actually define smartness. You're also having off to have a good weekend, Mighty Kondrai? Or are you saying bye to Birdbrains? Thank you for the lurk, Trinfinity. Like every lurk I hear, like I actually I'm not entirely sure how it works with viewer numbers on Twitch anymore. But I think every lurk is actually like really helpful for like Twitch statistics. Um Still. Like I do think the numbers show up. Not entirely sure, but thank you anyhow. Do you remember the OkCupid study user? Was that the one with this dating website of like women, like female users reject more male users than male users reject female users? I mean, it's so I would love to find out how RD Fact and Check debunked that story, because I remember that when it came up in stream, that for the statement which was made based on that study, I already pointed out how that's not valid and doesn't make any scientific sense. So it would be interesting if that, it wasn't even really a study, by the way, it was a statistic. Which is like, I feel like, which is important to note on there, because it's actually like a statistic is something everybody can do. Like a study is something where smart people have to do it. OkCupid was a statistic of like how they're like essentially their data, which is which I would love to know if the statistic was actually of itself, like even the statistic, just the numbers were wrong, or if now just this like claim which was made falsely based on that statistic was debunked. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. It's like so often people did say it's a study, but it's a statistic. It's literally, it's just a statistic. Common sense is how to judge if someone is smart. Okay. Um, I so is that an argument for the specific edge cases I brought up, though? Because common sense is culture dependent oftentimes. So common sense would be different based on cultures already. So it again would lead to different opinions between humans. Like even if you use like one culture on its own, it's like who's gonna judge if like whose common sense is the most meaningful and valuable? Like we would have to judge if someone is smart to have a smart person then judge how smart everybody is. And then smartness, it also like smartness depends on goals you have as well, right? No. The only thing I would note with crows, like crows and orcas, is orcas, like I know from orcas, they can attempt suicide or die by suicide even. I don't know if crows do that. I know that crows can mourn for loved ones. I don't know if they attempt suicide. And then again, how do you define that as smart? It sort of would mean more, I guess, emotional depth, maybe. But I think, anyhow, it's what if the communication barrier is essentially like just completely biasing our measurement of like what they can and can't do. Maybe we just don't fucking know what orcas can do. Like with crows. So, I don't know. I feel like with stuff like these, it's impossible to know as of now. Except we define smartness with essentially like how large their brain is and how many uh yeah, English word for it. Mhm. Like brain cells. But I feel like that would be such a crazy simplification of something so complicated. I don't think it would be a good measurement. So, all right, we've been going on for a while now. Is there anybody who still wants to do like a quick little mental health check-in since last week? And sort of like goals check-in. Like you can use this also as like accountability check-in. Apart from that, we could go into like a spotlight. So if there's one person who wants a more specific opinion to like a specific problem or who needs help with something very specific they're going through and who would profit of like getting the full attention for like an hour or something, we could move to the spotlight then. So yeah, I find myself wanting forgiveness from my cat, but I don't even know cats do that in the way we do. Hmm. I mean, forgiveness is not only something others can give us, right? But we can also give ourselves. And I feel like with that, maybe if like forgiveness from a cat is not, seems to be like not available, maybe you can forgive yourself. Or maybe it's not as much forgiveness as it's just sort of wanting to know if everything is like good again and everything is fine again and your cat likes you again or trusts you again. And then just spending some quality time with your cat, maybe, you know, giving her some treats, having some like special pet time or something. You know, just putting yourself in a position where there's going to be like a nice quality time with your cat would be a good option to just feel that whatever happened is already sort of forgot and forgiven in that regard. Mm, okay. Well, first of all, I'm sorry. I didn't know what we're talking about. Yeah. Hmm. I get it. I think it was still worth a try, though. It, of course, like, wasn't the thing you wanted, but I feel like in the end, until the point you know there's no way out, it was the right decision to give her the medication. Yeah, I get it. I feel like when we have these type of situations, because these situations aren't really rare, right? So often we just get better information later. It's a thing where we forgive people, though, because we know their heart was in the right place. And there's at least this sort of belief, I guess, across humanity that our pets, and especially cats and dogs, are very, very sensitive to how we feel about things. So I would like to believe, at least, that your cat felt that your heart was in the right place. That your cat felt that there wasn't like this hostility of like, I just want to make you suffer. But that it was like, hey, I'm really sorry, but we're gonna have to do this. It's gonna make you healthy, like this is the good thing. Like, sorry, buddy. And I think not even cats feel that, right? Like, I feel like we as humans, we can also sense that difference. Like, I feel like it feels very different if a person is doing something out of the intention to harm instead of harming somebody out of the intention to help. And I think your cat can feel the same. Right. Hmm. That's definitely heartbreaking. Hmm. I think grief is definitely something we sort of take with us, right? It's a big, big emotion. And there's also a lot of like doubts and implications we carry with us. I don't think it has to torture us further. But I do think that we have to process it to properly move on. You know, we sort of have to integrate what we experienced to be able to accept it and move on. So I feel like, I don't know, I'm not, I'm not as knowledgeable when it comes to pets, but I think it honestly doesn't matter much. There's there's certain things you do if you grieve for a person, because when you lose people, sometimes it just happens the same. Like you have somebody you lost while being in an argument with them or not having had time with them. And what a lot of people do in these moments is, first of all, talk with others who are struggling with this grief. So if it wasn't maybe not only your cat, but also, I don't know, your friends knew the cat and felt something towards her, or your partner, or a family member, or like someone, who's also missing her now. Just talking about it can alleviate some of the pain and some of the struggle. Just sharing this and getting this opinion of the other person that, like, for sure it wasn't like this, can help. Sometimes not the first time, sometimes we need to talk about this for the second time, for the third time, to a fourth person, to a fifth person, and we need to hear it a lot. But at some point, somebody says something which sticks. It's also to a certain extent how the stream works. Sometimes what I say doesn't even matter, because people were only able to hear it the second time anyway. Sometimes I'm just coming in clutch to be the right person they listen to. Sometimes not, right? And the other thing we do when we grieve for somebody and we feel like there's things left unsaid, people go to the grave of this individual and talk to the grave. If you don't have a grave, what people also do is write a letter. Write a letter with all of the things you would have liked her to know. Of all the things left unsaid. Of all the things going on in your mind. Put all of it in a letter. All the tears, all the heartbreak. And then you can choose what to do with the letter. Some people want to tear it up. Some people want to burn it. Some people want to bury it at their grave. Some people want to send it out in a bottle over the sea for, I don't know who to find or who to swallow. Some want to send it just to a random address and just sort of send it away like it's gonna get to anywhere. I don't think you have to hide it. I feel like a lot of people feel like you. I feel like there's so many people feel like, oh, this is such a normal thing. I shouldn't be grieving. I shouldn't be feeling that much. And I'm gonna hide it. This is also why, I don't know if you've ever experienced this. I've experienced this quite many times because I'm always the person to like speak up about things. But so this is also why I can only recommend it, speak up about your feelings. I have had this so many times that I spoke up about a feeling I had where I was insecure that other people could relate. And then so many people could relate. And we're like, oh my God, I'm so glad you bring it up. I actually feel the same. But I thought I'm alone. And I thought nobody else feels like this. We're talking right now about Polska losing their cat and struggling with letting go of the fact that they had to force feed their cat in the last days before she died because they didn't yet know that it would be unhealable and untreatable. And that the cat at some point even ended up avoiding them. And it's hard to let go of that, of this last memory being so full of negativity and suffering and not full of love. So, this is what we're talking about. Cats hide when they're sick or on the way out. I mean, maybe this is also something, Polska. Maybe your cat avoided you not because of the medicine, but actually because they knew it's, because she knew it's gonna be over soon. And if it would have been, nature, they maybe even would have separated from the pack. There's so much regret about it. That's a huge part of it. I get it. What do you most have regret about? Like, what is the thing where you're like, okay, there's like other things I couldn't do something about, but this is a thing I should have done something about? Or there's this part where I should have known, or something like this? Because I feel like sometimes we can hold on to something irrational because we don't even dare to actively think about it because we're so scared that we might, if we logically think about it, think we could have behaved different and feel like logically it's actually valid. But then we just never actively think about it and never know if it's actually logically valid or not, if we should have done something different or not. All right, Judith. Gonna look at it later. So, do you think you have something, Polska, where you're like, I don't want to even think about it, I don't want to even say it, but there was this feeling that I should stop giving her the meds or something, and I didn't. And now I feel like I made a wrong choice or something. No. Hmm. Hmm. I see. So that's what you would do different now. Like if you could go back, you would like even though you don't know like that the meds are not gonna help, you would like give her the meds, but you would be a bit more sort of a bit less stringent about it, but more understanding. Hmm. I get it. It feels like your regret might actually, yeah. This is exactly what I sort of wanted to say now. It feels like the regret is actually not so much about what you did or what you didn't do, but more about disconnecting from her in that moment because you ignored those feelings and just tried to be logical about it. Hmm. I'm considering how to say this right now because I feel like sometimes, it's sometimes we need to learn certain things by experiencing them. And I don't think this is a. I know this sounds mean, but I don't think this is a unhelpful experience. Of course, like we always wish we don't have to make these experiences ourselves, but we learn by others. But I feel like sometimes something like this we have to experience ourselves to actually learn it. And that's okay though. Like it's okay to take something away from this and be like, and I should have done it differently. Like I should have still given her the meds, but I should have been nicer about it. Or feeling like I should have felt with her in these moments instead of just ignoring my feelings. I should have suffered with her in these moments because it's the last connection I had with her, and if it means suffering, then it would have been worth it. And I think something like this, to say something like this, is really hard because we always love to tell people that, like, no, you did everything right and nothing you did was wrong. And I'm not judging you. So I'm not saying you should feel wrong, but I'm saying that if you exactly like this feeling of not wanting to take other people's opinion in because you feel like it wasn't right, and I felt it and I ignored it and it wasn't right, and not being able to let go of that makes sense, right? We will never know if that inner voice had like this wisdom to know there wasn't a chance to reconnect. What we do know is that we are never guaranteed a chance to reconnect. So it's always safer to stay connected if you don't want to regret having disconnected. I think it's fair to have something where you like, I regret this. And I feel like it won't help you when we tell you, like, oh no, don't. You did everything right. You couldn't know. Everything is fine. I feel like if you feel like you should have done that different and you should have listened to that inner voice, it might be what's necessary, like accepting this, progressing through taking accountability for this might be the way you need to actually let go and progress through this part of grief, you know? Because like sometimes we give our own like fault for something we couldn't have known and we didn't do wrong, right? And then it helps talking about it and getting more opinions, and at some point we're able to let go of this. In some moments we know we did something wrong, and even though maybe others don't agree with that, we know for ourselves the way we want to be, the way we want to handle life, we did that wrong and we want to be different than this. And then taking that accountability can be easier. And it's still something you can try with a letter, actually, or with talking at her grave or something. You know, you can write a letter and write all of these things inside, that you're so sorry that you disconnected and you didn't listen to that inner voice, and that it just seemed so hard in that moment. And just believing that it would be over soon and this would be necessary and then everything would be good was easier than having to do this, feeling how wrong it is. I think that's so cute. So you could talk to that stone. You could still write a letter and then burn the letter, do whatever you want with it. Also, something like this, you can also write a letter to yourself, sort of as advice. So and then I also get the forgiving part. And I think it sort of depends what type of person you are. I feel like sometimes we just feel like we can't forgive that to ourselves. And then it's helpful to just be reminded that we're human and we're going to make mistakes. And that people around us make mistakes too. And it did not mean that we don't love them anymore. That our cat made mistakes and we still love them. That our friends make mistakes and we still love them. And to just sort of remind ourselves of like what type of mistakes happened around us and we were able to forgive and still love them. And that can then like make it easier for us to believe that our cat would be able to forgive this to us and still love us. Sometimes we need it with this specific individual. So maybe you could remember of like, you know, the other things you messed up at certain points. Maybe a moment where you, I don't know, accidentally like kicked her because you didn't know she was there, something, you know. And it took a bit, but she forgave you. And just remind yourself of this like specific forgiving ability of your cat. Sometimes all we need to do is really show our own accountability. And for example, with a letter, sort of talk to a cat and talk about the things we would do to like show our accountability. And once we feel like, okay, we learned from this actually, and we progressed through this, then we feel like we can forgive ourselves. Because sometimes it needs a certain sense of security that we are sort of allowed to be forgiven because we actually like wouldn't do this anymore or this wouldn't happen. Like we actually understood it, we thought about it enough and everything. And now we're at the point where people can forgive us because they can trust us again. Because we wouldn't make that same mistake again because we thought about it to the extent that now the way we make decisions are different than beforehand. I didn't imagine ever feeling this way, honestly. I've grieved a dog and a brother both lost too soon and without being able to say goodbye. So perhaps it's partly grief resurfacing too, as I have a lot of guilt and regret there too. That can be a very much likely that it just hits extra hard because there's this sense in your mind that fuck, it happened again. Like, I didn't learn from the last times, I'm still like this. Maybe that's somewhere in the back of your mind, sort of like a little voice being disappointed. And then you could use this to write letters to everybody and just really make a deep dive into this guilt and regrets and process through that. Sorry, Billy, we're at the moment talking to Polska about grieving for, well, a cat and maybe still a bit for a dog and a brother. But we can come back to your question afterwards. When she had a cyst on her forehead and it had to squeeze and drain it daily, which obviously hurt, but she didn't even run away from me afterwards. See, I think she would have forgiven you instantly. I feel like she probably didn't even avoid you because of force feeding the medication. When you were able to do this, but like she never ran away from you. Like, I think Forever's explanation is more reasonable than that it was that she knew it was going to end. And her inner voice just told her to, like, stay away from you. Like, our nature tells us, like, don't infect you. Don't die close to you because it could put you at risk as well. I mean, maybe if you put that in that space, it would even be a sign of love, right? Hmm. This looks like a hamster. What guys? I mean, this is not too bad, but like, this is. Why are these first messages? It's like, is it out of trend to just say hi? Like, nothing against you, Skipade, but we just had like a person come in and what did I say? Literally say like, "Oh, you're a cat who you look like a cat who learned to read." And then yesterday, our person came in and was like, "How do I deal with being obese like you and stuff?" And it's just I'm just like biased now. Like, everybody knew here, just come and say hi because like I don't know, like all of these like animal equivalents things, they're going sideways in the last 2 days. They're going sideways big. That I don't know. Maybe I should add it into the chat rules. Don't bring animal comparisons. It was so different. I didn't like how she was different on the cat morphine, all dopey and slow. Yeah, exactly forever. This year was my uncle, my brother, and my grandma, so I'd lose it if one of my cat go. I'm really sorry for you, Fava. Seems like you're going to a very tough time too. Welcome, Mill. Was a split in your thumb? But like, wouldn't you like? Were you actually like, like stabbing your chest when like with the splinter in your thumb? Because otherwise, your thumb would just hurt. No, like you would still be able to tell that it's not your chest but your thumb. So like, did you like whiff? Was the splinter so big that you like stabbed your chest? What? Why was this deleted? Oh, because of the point. Because it's right, period, I'm, and then Nightbot was like, oh, this is a link. So this is Skipadi's message, by the way, just FYI. Um, yeah, I know, right? I'm dyslexic. Isn't dyslexic like? So how does your dyslexia show in this regard? Or like, did you only mean with the period? Because like this didn't seem like, I don't know, like it was like nothing, like you didn't write anything wrong. It was just that the period was like there was um like a empty space missing. So like don't worry about the dyslexia there. That wasn't the problem. But so your thumb is fixed now. That's good. Nice. And hi, Snake Sparrow. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Hmm. I'm glad you're feeling a bit better, Polska. Even if it's mostly just being like so exhausted now that you just don't have any tears to spend anymore. And I'm glad you like it here. I'm glad like we're able to help. If you don't mind, I would screenshot your message again and put it in my yeah channel of positive messages. Hmm. Yeah. I think we usually do this because we're like after we like talked into like a deep topic, we're like coming back to like a general discussion. Or like how frequently. This next sparrow is doing that for us, lightening the mood. You miss your mom. I can imagine forever. I learned all the stuff in therapy, but it's not making any easier. Therapy takes a bit. So really, it's like first off you have to like get into the thick of it, and then you're progressing through it. And at some point you hopefully have it integrated to an amount where you then are able to build on top of it and progress further on. Perfect, Polska. I've been in therapy since I was 6, since I'm neurospicy. Oh, damn. Okay, that's a lot of therapy. How does therapy work where you are? Because, like, here, it's actually, like, really, like, there's a certain limit on different types of therapy. And you can only get more of that therapy if there's, like a very specific reason for it. Because otherwise they usually say like this amount of this type of therapy should bring change, and if it doesn't, then it's smarter to try a different type of therapy than to continue on with this. So in that regard, like how does that fit in with being in therapy since you're 6? Like what type of therapy is it, or like you know where I'm coming from, right? Wow, Drago. It's a very special therapy. I see. Okay, that makes sense. It's like I'm sort of, to a certain extent, I'm always a bit worried when people tell me they're in therapy for like super many years, because there's apparently um in America, there's apparently, to a certain extent, the problem in the industry that there's some therapists who don't really focus on making you independent again, so that you're like then able to like like be happy and independent without therapy, but that they just sort of like make you dependent on the therapist instead. Um, and I've I don't know, like it's something where I feel like it's good to know of this happening sometimes, to be able to like not like like fall for this. Hmm. Yeah, I see. Yeah, don't worry. Like I'm not saying like yours is wrong or anything. Like you don't have to, like make like uh convince me that yours is proper. I'm just like putting the information out there because I feel like if my therapist wouldn't have told me and explained me that, I actually would have expected a therapy to take way longer than it is. So like these hourly amounts are actually, I don't know, like I feel like I always heard of these people who like for 5 or 10 years in therapy, and it's like so hard to get through things and over things and whatever. And like this was, I don't know why, but this was the representation which was in my mind when I thought of therapy. So I expected I would be in therapy till I'm 50 or something, you know. And then he informed me of like these maximum times. And I talked about this actually with a friend of mine who's studying psychology, is in his master at the moment, who also like was then able to give me sort of like a rundown list of like all the different types of therapy. And it's not that long, actually. Like, it's not like years and years and years, you know? And that surprised me, really. Like, I thought, like, that was news to me. I don't know. Like, I don't know about you all, but that was news to me. Like, I thought therapy is supposed to take ages. Unless you go through the public health system, which is very much underfunded and hard to get. Yeah. I mean, here, like Germany, it's like you wait for like half a year or something. And there's like, then also, like, this is like on top of that, you like do better if you click with a therapist, right? So imagine you wait half a year and then you don't click with them. Like, usually at least you have an intake beforehand. But sometimes also that like getting to that intake can already take a couple of months of just like waiting time. So it's a thing where like I'm really glad I got like, for me literally to find the therapist I was at then, it took me a year of like being officially in therapy. But I live in the Netherlands, and I was actually, frankly, I was quite lucky with waiting times. I waited like 5 months, I think. But with like while I was on this like waiting list 5 months, I still had like therapy every like 2 to 3 weeks. It wasn't like it was sadly by far not really helpful, but it just kept me going, you know, so that was kind of useful. Just give meds a card. In the US, therapy does give meds, psychiatry gives meds, but I've seen probably 20 different therapists. So here, um, the like only psychiatrists give meds. Like therapists can't give meds because therapists are not like they don't study medicine and then become a psychiatrist, because like here at least here it's like you study medicine to become a psychiatrist. If you want to become a therapist, you study psychology. So because that's different, meds are only prescribed from psychiatrists, and therapists like, well, they do the therapy and they like then send you over to the psychiatrist with like, hey, see if that's an option, then you talk to the psychiatrist and get the medication or not. Doesn't give, but therapy has no age or limitation. Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah. I feel like group therapy can be really valuable like that. Like I wasn't in group therapy, but I was like on a waiting, like in a waiting group essentially for the waiting list people, and that was really nice as well to a certain extent. Like I feel like the management of that group could have been better, but you know, they tried their best. Yeah, I guess forever. Well, isn't therapy for 3 to 4 months max? So there's different kinds of therapy here in the Netherlands. So if you first see your GP, you tell them like, oh, you're struggling, whatever. They're gonna either send you over directly to an actual psychologist, like they did with me, or they're going to send you to essentially low-key like a mental health coach type situation, which is working within the doctor's building. And there you can usually get an appointment like next week or something, like ASAP sort of. If they send you, but these are not psychologists. Like if you go there and you have actually depression, they're going to send you over to the psychologist. Like they only do stuff like, oh, I'm struggling with work right now, my wife, whatever, like sort of like easier limited problems, which are, they can help you. Like it's more of like a talking things through, being a bit of emotional support. Like you don't need the qualification of a psychologist. If you have anything like depression or anxiety disorder, like anything bigger, you are being sent over to the psychologist. This first psychologist you see is like a general sort of psychologist type situation. And I was waiting for 2 weeks and then I got an appointment. I had appointments there roughly every 2 to 3 weeks. And they have usually a limit to 10 sessions. So every 2 to 3 weeks for 10 sessions is like, I don't know, like 6 months, let's say, or something. It's going to be like half a year or something. I ended up being there for a year because in the beginning we had like a few sessions, but it took longer to actually like note down what I lived through in my life. So we already used like, I don't know, 3 or 4 sessions to literally just talk about what happened. Then there was a point where I got like an ADHD diagnosis. So we set out with that therapy, and I went over to the ADHD diagnostic person and had like a few appointments with them. Then, I don't know, they had some familiar problems, they got sick. All of that ADHD stuff took months. After that, I got the diagnosis back that I don't have ADHD. They think it's trauma related, not ADHD related. I should get my trauma checked out. And if I got my trauma checked out and that's not it, or I still feel like it could be ADHD, then I should head back for another ADHD diagnosis. And then they would be like, okay, it might actually be ADHD. When we got that back, it was like, okay, so there's like, we should get trauma checked out. Trauma, you're getting checked out at the specialist, like psychology type situation. This is also a place where like usually there's like multiple different therapists working together. So there's going to be a trauma department, there's going to be a personality disorder department, there's going to be a psychosomatic therapy department, and like all different kinds sort of working together. And there you can actually have multiple, like 2 to 3 times a week. And usually there it's like 2 years maximum for the entire duration. But you're gonna have like multiple times a week. Usually, like if you're not English like me, like because I was English speaking, most of the people there weren't like feeling comfortable like doing the therapy in English. So I actually only ever saw a system therapist and my regular therapist and a psychiatrist. And psychosomatic or art therapy or something like this, all of that didn't happen for me. Usually when people go there though, they're going to have group sessions, they're going to have psychosomatic sessions, for example, trauma sessions, they're regular therapists. So they're going to have like multiple appointments a week and like every week to like work through stuff. Like it's going to be intense, and that is still, all of that is sort of limited to 2 years. And there needs to be like, if you want to go over than 2 years, there needs to be like very specific arguments for that. And they need to be sort of heavier, these arguments. So for example, I probably potentially could have made that argument with being like, I didn't get the intensity of other people here as a treatment, right? Because like it wasn't available to me. And that could have been an argument, but I wasn't at a place where I needed it. So we had like 2 years and then rounded up the whole thing. But yeah, there needs to be like a certain amount of evidence, because otherwise what they say is essentially like, we tried, but we don't want to waste your time, and we think like if there's no evidence for there being progress happening soon, essentially, and there's sort of a sense of the progress is being stagnant, they're going to be like, we send you over to somebody else because we hope they're going to be able to help you better and be able to foster progress, actually. Let me read through everything and then see how many questions we have to get to. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go through, like, we already have multiple questions. So I'm gonna go through the top down, okay? So everybody chill for a second with their answers, okay? I'm gonna go from the top down, and once I'm at the bottom, we're gonna have like questions and come back to this, okay? Is that all right? Because otherwise it's just like I'm never gonna get down to the bottom. How can a therapist connect and know what to say? How do you know they are the one? So a therapist here goes through 10 years roughly of studying to become a therapist. Where they also study to talk to people and stuff like this, and how to talk to people and all of this. But so essentially training, just plain training, like first of all, educational training on like how to properly do it, but then also just experience. And there's going to be vast quality differences. There's also going to be quality differences which don't matter to you because they're like higher quality for some, lower quality for others. And, you know, it's like sort of depends on how, like if you match with them or not. How do you know they are the one? I personally, with the therapist I clicked with, I clicked on the first session I met them. Like, just speaking to them felt easy and natural. Like, they just, like, the way the communication worked was just, like, I didn't have to be like, no, it's not, that's not what I meant, or like their questions back were sort of off topic, but it just felt like it's like easy to talk about stuff because they were understanding what I mean, and then we're asking questions which sort of made sense in that regard. No, I mean, don't give meds. It was a typo. So psychiatrists don't give meds where you live, Miss Forever, or so like yeah. So here in the Netherlands, psychiatrists give meds and study medicine. Psychologists and therapists study psychology and don't give medication. Can a psychiatrist become a therapist? I don't know. I don't like. I know that a therapist, like if you study psychology, apparently based off the information of my therapist back then, a therapist who studied psychology cannot become a psychiatrist. Because he said he initially wanted to become a psychiatrist, but studied psychology, and then throughout studying it, found out that he actually can't become a psychiatrist. But now he actually loves being a psychologist more, so it doesn't matter to him. Yeah. So my therapist did 3 times a week for 2 years. Yeah, this was like roughly the same for me. It's like not like my therapist, but like my therapist I saw like once a week, and if I had system therapy, then like twice a week, once with them, once with him. My social anxiety can't do group unless it's in the hospital home forced or they keep me in. I see. I mean, like group therapy is usually actually to counteract social anxiety, like a really good treatment. But it can be that group therapy is already like too tall of an ask and you need sort of some preparation to work towards group therapy. I can't imagine telling someone I don't know my problems and talking about them regularly. It definitely like it takes bravery. Like I'm not gonna be like fake about this. Like it's you need to be brave in that moment. Like it's not comfortable. Like you're not like, oh, like I just find the right match and it's like perfectly fine. Like at the beginning, like it's uncomfortable for sure. It's like going to your GP and telling them like you're mentally unwell is like not funny. Like it's not like hee hee ha. It's very much, I'm gonna do it. Fuck all of this. I hate it. Yeah. But then you do it and it turns out sort of fine. And if you find like a good therapist, then like they're gonna like gain your trust. They're gonna show you and like prove to you that you can trust them. They're not gonna expect you to put everything out there right in the beginning. It's a thing I did anyhow because I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this and just see what happens. I agree. Like I'm in a contract with myself that I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. But I was very much being like way too logical at the beginning and then like only later on actually opened up on an emotional level. So what is this Dr. Phil? He's like this YouTube persona, right? Like I don't know his official title, but I would hope that you can find it online. Like I would hope that somewhere he says if he's a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I can't imagine not seeing my therapist and you get to know them. You can ask for a specific therapist and if available, it depends. I don't know. I've seen them since I'm 6, so it's normal to me, but I don't like a therapist. I ask for another one. Yeah. Like for me, it felt so weird to not be in therapy anymore and to end therapy, and I was low key scared. But it was like I stopped therapy like in the beginning of January this year, and it feels forever ago, and I'm actually sort of just fine. Like I'm just good. Like I thought like I was scared that I would have sort of like a fallback or something. Um, seems fine. Like, but I'm also a person like I like to be independent. So I was low key excited. Like I literally like there was an option that I could start therapy somewhere else, and I literally declined because I was like, I wanna see if I can do it. Like I need to I want the challenge. I don't know. Management of my old crew was quite bad, but it was free. Some weird situations happened and perhaps not managed well. Then the organization changed it all up, likely to improve safety, but something was lost. It became overly controlled by the new facilitator. Yeah, same here. With the group I joined, it's like they introduced for like this like sort of check-in, how you're doing. They introduced a time limit of I'm not kidding, 5 minutes. I I was I came once to say goodbye and then I was gone. Because that was ridiculous. Hmm. I think honestly, that's kind of like a really like that seems like a good episode. Like I feel like it's a story writing which is not often um happening. And for that very specific reason, it could be really interesting. Van Gogh, by the way, super interesting what he did. Like, do you all know what he did? Like, it's crazy. Hmm. Is this all free? The therapy here, like we have, of course, we have health insurance, but apart from that, it was free. Thank you, Miss Forever. I mean, honestly, this space is only so wholesome because of you all. Like, I hope you all know this, And I hope you all like always come by to make this a wholesome place. Because I feel like if I would like have to deal with questions that I how like obesity feels, or like if I'm a cat person who learned how to talk or something on my own without people being here where like I care for them and I want to spend time with them, I for sure as hell wouldn't be here. Like I hope you all know this. Like if it would be like only those questions coming in here, I would not stream. I would do something else with my time. Like there is more, like there's better hobbies I can do. So it's for like showing up here and feeling like streaming, feeling like informing myself and being here for you all is a big part of it is that you all are here, that I care for you all, that it's wholesome with you all, that it's interesting to talk to you, that this is a really, like, this is a safe space not only for you, but also for me. And that's what I love about this stream. And this is why I'm mostly here. Can you explain what's ADHD? Um, I'm gonna just literally send you a website where you can read up about this, because it's honestly like it's a quite broad topic depending on like how you want to talk about it. Because ADHD can look different for a lot of people, like other neurodivergencies as well. I think one of the things which is important to say is that like ADHD and the other neurodivergences you have from birth. And there can be like a lot of overlap or something. It can go unnoticed quite long. You can be, for example, too well like functioning to have it be as much of a problem that somebody would think of like giving trying to make a diagnosis or anything. And it's very common to relate to some of the symptoms of ADHD or autism or any other neurodivergency. But this doesn't mean that you have the neurodivergency. It's like, because all of this is essentially a spectrum and it can show different in different people. Like there's not this one type of ADHD. So it's always very important to respect people with neurodivergencies. They might not like it's like we call it a disorder, but in the right circumstances, these people can be better functioning than neurotypicals. And that's just like essentially what I'm saying is don't have like an ableistic attitude towards people who are neurodivergent or like any person who's disabled. Because while they might need help in certain situations, they might also have like a crazy amount of worth in other situations. Like they're not lesser people by any means. Sometimes they just need a little help in certain areas to fulfill their full potential. And I think this is something which actually is the same for a lot of people. But what we found with essentially like ADHD and autism and stuff like this, that they just need a little more help than the average person. And I think that's also just from the way you like approach things differently and like how the representation is in our society. Like I wonder how much support neurodivergent people would actually need. If we would have like more awareness and education, and yeah, I think that would be really interesting to know. Because what I noticed is for a lot of these people, they just need the right circumstances, and then like it works. But of course, it's like it's a spectrum, so it can be worse for some, better for others. Just depends on the role you get. Yeah, the psychiatrist gives meds. Exactly. So that's then the same as in the Netherlands. And hi, Fluffy. Thank you. Going to therapy and risking that there will be someone who won't click with me? No, thank you. I mean, somebody not clicking with you doesn't mean it's going to be bad, right? Like the person, like the first psychologist I didn't click with, she was a super sweet lady. She was doing her absolute best. It was just not, I don't know, like I didn't feel like it helped much, but it wasn't like negative or anything. Okay, wait, my message didn't get sent. I'm sending it now. This is the article about ADHD, or well, like a really good resource page. And then now I can continue again to try to catch up with chat. Do you have any advice for panic attacks? I've tried the 5-1 sense technique, but I can't concentrate on it. Too panicked and stressed. So belly breathing can work really well. Um, Do you know if it's really a panic attack or an anxiety attack? So a panic attack is that you're essentially like you're getting panicked over the symptoms you have, for example, like heart racing and stuff like this. Anxiety attack is more like coming from your head and like what you're thinking. Um all of that, of course, like is like if there's any trigger, like if you know what triggered it, for example, like this can be a situation with somebody or a sort of like place or something. Like if you know what triggered it, like take a break from that trigger. Like even if it's like I don't know, like a conversation with a friend or something, just go somewhere where you feel safer with also experiencing these symptoms. Like sometimes it can be worse if we pressure ourselves to get out of these symptoms quick. So, for example, if we're like in a social situation and we're like, oh no, like I don't want them to see or whatever, that can make things worse. It can also make things better if there's like if you go to a place where you feel safer experiencing these symptoms. So, for example, if you have informed a friend or something, or if your pet is with you, or if you're not standing but like sitting or lying or like laying or something, you know. Um, Mm, but apart from that, it's like belly breathing and like breathing exercises are really commonly like really helpful. Like for example, like belly breathing is essentially that you don't try to breathe into your chest, but into your belly. So you like push your hand on your belly out with breathing in instead of like breathing into your chest. And then like you breathe in through your nose, breathe in like deep, and then like you can hold your breath for a second if you want to, but probably at the beginning like rather not. And then you breathe out through your mouth and you like push your lips together, but like breathe all the way out. So you want to make sure, like the thing you want to make sure is that you really like that you don't how is it called in English? Like hyperventilate. So you need to breathe out more than breathing in. Like you breathe in through your nose, you breathe out through your mouth, you breathe like all the way out, and then you breathe in through your nose again. And you just like focus on that breathing. You can also like try to visualize that. What I like visualizing is that I have sort of like a like a tree thing, like of branches, like of like all the blood going to my body. And I just have this, I don't know why I have this visualization. I think from some type of like museum I was at some point, where like I breathe in and then all of um these like uh the roots of this tree are like getting like green essentially, like all the way to the end. And then I like push it out again and sort of like have that visualization that helps me as well. And then you can like count to 10 with that and 10 breaths. And when you don't remember the number, you just start from 0 again. And you can also do like a body scan with that, which is like a body scan is checking in with like all of your ligaments. Like you can start at your feet and be like, okay, how do my feet feel? How do my legs feel? How do my knees feel? Like sort of checking how your like the ankle, like the like the muscles and the like your bones feel, and then if your mouth is dry, if you need to drink or something, stuff like this. But it's really like it's a really individual thing, so it really depends on like what helps you to not psych yourself out over these symptoms. And for me, a part of that actually, because I had that sometimes, for me, a part of this is that I felt like powerless in these situations and scared. Like I felt like, oh no, like it's like getting worse. Like, am I dying or something? So a part of me to like actually like be able to get out of these situations quicker is first of all noticing them in the beginning and taking a pause in the beginning, because I would usually just like try to ignore them and suppress them until they're like not being able to be ignored or suppressed anymore. And then it's just like worse, obviously. So like try to like notice them in the beginning and like react to them and care for yourself in that moment already is like really helpful. But apart from that, it was also really helpful for me to just know that this will go. Like if you calm down your breathing, you will relax again. If you're already at the point where like your hands are sort of like tingling or your face is tingling maybe or something like that, then you're hyperventilating. And then you need to breathe out more than breathe in. You can also hyperventilate while breathing slow. It's really about like that essentially you have like too much oxygen, or that's how they explained it to me. Because I had an ambulance over for this once. It's that you like breathe in too much for like breathing out, so you need to make sure to all the way breathe out. So, and yeah, you can also do that. Like, you can also like breathe too much in while breathing slow. If you're like, yeah, like if you're focused on breathing slow, but not breathing all the way out because you're like, like, like you're like so scared to not get air anymore that you like breathe in too fast before like breathing all the way out. Something like literally sounds super stupid, but something like a fidget spinner can also be useful because then you have something to like concentrate on, and having something to like concentrate on instead of like concentrating on like not feeling like you get enough air or something can help with just breathing normal and then like slowly get down from it. Yeah, I think usually like what like a panic attack ends with is just like the I just said the word. Why do I not know it anymore? Like hyperventilation. And it's like hyperventilation, if you have that, you just pass out. And then at some point you come back to um you're like fully aware again. Hi. Selena, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? We're talking about panic attacks right now, actually. Sorry, I'm waiting for everything. Making jokes can definitely help, or being around people who like calm you down. I enjoy when you're talking a lot forever. It's just, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I just take a while. I mean, I am a group leader now. I mean, Dragoo, the thing is, it's like it starts with us validating our feelings. It's like, I know it's like hard when like family or friends or nobody has ever done it before, but it starts with us. It's the like my mom and my dad. Well, I don't have much contact with my dad, but anyhow, um, neither my mom nor my dad were like advising me to go to therapy or like have sort of in that direction acknowledged my feelings. And I think my husband also never told me to go to therapy or something like that. So, I don't know. Sometimes in life, if there's a lot of people who are just fine with having a mediocre life, and there's some people who are not. I knew I didn't want to feel like this, and this was not the life I wanted to settle for. And because of that, I thought also about suicide, because I thought, like, if that's life, that's not good enough for me. For some people, it is good enough. But for me, it wasn't. So in that moment when I was seeking out therapy, it was actually because I validated my own feelings and because I was thinking, like, I want more out of this. Like, I don't care if other people suffer more. I don't care if my suffering is not bad enough or whatever. I want more out of life, and I tried a few years and it's not going great alone. So I'm gonna seek out therapy. You just woke up this morning and had one over nothing. Yeah, don't worry about it, Grace. I know how panic attacks feel. They suck big time. So, I don't know. Did you have, like, do you get your panic attacks, like, are you talking to any medical professional about them? Because there's like stuff we can do about, like, people experiencing panic attacks. Like, especially if it's rare, like literally like once a year, like probably if you just go to a medical health professional, they would tell you, like, yeah, but like, it's probably was a stressful situation. That's why it happened. Like, we don't know. I don't know. Not many data points. But if you have panic attacks quite frequently, there's usually something we can do about that. 120, damn. All right. I hope you're gonna find a good rest and good sleep, Polska. Oh, I meant, okay, just to clarify, Miss Fiver, I'm one because I'm leading this group, right? This is why I said, like, I'm one. Because, like, the stream is a group. Like, we're essentially like a mental health group, you know? I'm not like a leader for like a mental health group here for some, stuff. Like, I probably could be, I thought about it, but I don't know. I like doing my own stuff. And I like streaming, so. I'm being forced to have counseling by my college because I ended up in hospital from trying to end my life, and so now I'm on a waiting list for counseling within college so my mum doesn't find out. I think it's great that you are. There's a lot of people struggling with suicidal thoughts or with other mental health concerns. It's like, it's not a thing you have to have for the rest of your life. It's not a thing you can't progress through. Progressing through is not too much about fixing it, more like integrating, like finding out what comes from, dealing with that, so that, for example, you don't have panic attacks anymore, and that you're able to form a life you feel happy to live. But it's a thing where, like, people can get there, and so many people can. And especially if you're in college, we literally, like, just before went over like a Like a statistic I recently learned that for American youth in 2019, 17 to 18% reported suicidal thoughts. So 1 in 5, roughly. Nearly 1 in 5. So you're not alone with this. And a lot of people end up on the other side of the tunnel and they think it's great there. Sometimes we just need help on figuring out how the fuck this life works because nobody fucking tells us. Everybody tells us how to calculate and like write and learn different languages and know how to find a city, use a phone, shit like this, but nobody tells us how to be happy in life, how to deal with something shitty happening, how to make proper boundaries with people, how to not be exploited by work and friends and people around us, how to stand up for our own values, even though it's going to make people disappointed or maybe even mean to us. These are things we should learn from our parents, but it's hard. And oftentimes we don't learn it there or learn something even more harmful. Struggling with these, like, if we look at suicide, there is nearly across all ages and genders and ethnicities, suicide rates peak in like early adulthood, like youth. You're not alone with not knowing what this life brings, and if you feel like it's worth something. You're not alone with not knowing how to handle so many situations that you feel like you're not equipped to handle this life. And that's okay. And this is something you're not alone with. This is not something alien or something where you're worse than others or something where you are, I don't know, like have less ability than others. It's just something where in our society right now, we are having literally like a systemic problem with preparing like young adults for adulthood in a way where they see a future and they feel happy to live their life. This is why like we have like so much discussion actually about like suicide prevention plans and what suicide prevention plans could and should look like. It's not unusual that you don't know how to handle these things. Like you've been born onto this planet and of course you need some guidance on like how to handle all of this, you know? And then on the other hand, there's problems where like not even our parents can help us with because we all live this day for the first time. And we're going to live tomorrow for the first time and the day after we're going to live for the first time, and the knowledge of today is only going to be worth so much. But that's fine. Because there's some knowledge we have about how to handle all of these things. And one of the things which is worth the most, the absolute most, is social connection. Talking to people, not dealing with things alone. Solving problems with a community, with people to support you. Having people hold your hand while going through something hard. All of this, which seems in some parts of society as not manly or weak or whatever, these things are one of the things we have the most certainty about. Like how being social, how important being social is for a human individual is one of the things we have the most studies about. So if there's one thing I can tell you, it's ask for help and talk to people about what you're struggling with. Every human on this planet has struggled at least once in their life. Every human on this planet has been overwhelmed at least once in their life. We might be alone with the intricate specifics of our struggling, but we're not alone with the feelings we have because of that struggling and how to deal with these feelings. Or at least we don't need to. It's a lie that everybody just has a good life and never struggles. And it's a lie everybody of us is maintaining. Every person who's struggling and feels like, oh, I would be a burden, like it's only me, I'm not gonna talk to others. Also, they are maintaining this lie that struggling is not common and not a normal part of life to a certain extent. And that it's something we need to learn and handle, and we need to learn best strategies on how to handle problems. And then we can get to points where handling problems and seeking out challenge can actually be something we do out of free will. And which can be fun. Dragou, you are the key person maintaining this truth about yourself right now. Every time you come and stream, we all let you know that we would be here to support you, that there's ways out of this. And you're holding down the truth that that's not true. It's okay to be scared of sharing. It's okay to think it's really hard. It's okay to notice that you avoid it at all costs. It's okay to notice that it takes a lot of energy. But don't pretend like it's the truth and there's no other way. Because you know, like I know, that that's not true. Welcome, Indy. Welcome back. Ask my therapist if it's true that non-neurospicy and depressed people don't ever think about suicide. She said yes. Hmm. It could be that like most of the people saying they have suicidal thoughts also align with being depressed. But depression and feeling depressed are also very common, so. Prostate exam every year. Fun, Asta. No. This is not. So, this is exactly the decision I wanted to make, Drago. Because what I think is important right now is not that you push yourself to just seek out support like you've never experienced anything. I acknowledge that it's hard for you, and that's okay. This is exactly what I said. It's like okay to struggle. It's okay to think this is exhausting, or to notice that you avoid it, or to like jump to the first excuse to not tell anything. All of that struggling is completely valid. Completely. All of it. The thing I have a problem with is that you talk like it's still true that you can't seek out support. The way you talk about it is not, it's too hard for me right now, I can't do it. It's not, I'm struggling with this so much, I can't reach out for support. The way you talk about it is other people can ask for support, but not me. Like, I'm not allowed to ask for support. Like, it's not because other people never said, like, support for me would be okay. That's because, like, I don't ever, you know, like, if it comes to me, like, you know, asking for help is not okay. Like, the way you phrase it, rather struggling and asking for help is okay. Until me, who's struggling and needs help, which is essentially me, until me, who's struggling and asking for help, because that's not okay. Which it would be okay. It would be okay if you struggle and ask for help. It's just not something where you feel able to right now, and that's okay. But don't phrase it like it's still true that you can't seek help. It's hard. And it might be too hard to do it right now. But there's a possibility. Do you see the distinction I'm trying to make here? Forever 21. Oh, I'm so warm right now. There's a difference between talking about the availability and possibility and talking about whether you're able to use that possibility or not. That's the difference I'm trying to make. The difference is I can't take the trash out because my door is blocked and I don't get outside. Or I can't take the trash out right now, I'm too exhausted. That's the difference. What do you mean, why is the door there? What does the door represent in the analogy to you? And trash happens in life. I recognize how we sometimes promise that you could have a life without trash. That's not accurate. There's always like, for some people there's going to be more trash, for other less, for sure. For some people it's going to be really smelly trash, for other people not. For other people, like for some people it's going to be a really heavy trash and a crazy amount, and for other people it's going to be less. But there's always going to be some amount of trash, for sure. Why won't the door open itself? I think it represents my mind blocking the help I can get if I ask. Because it's our decision to open the door or not. It's having the door open naturally is really complicated. And that's why we don't usually have the door open. Like, we need to choose when it's a good time to open the door. Like, if there's a robber standing outside, we don't want to open the door. It's our choice to open the door or not. And we need to make that choice. It's like the same how, like, people can't help you if you don't want help. Like, there needs to be a choice there. Like, the door shouldn't open when you're, like, I don't know, sleeping right now. Because the door thinks you should take the trash out. Like, that would be inconvenient as fuck. This is why it needs to be our choice. Like, we need to pick the moment where, okay, now we want to take the trash out. And then we open the door. Are rude people just people not accepting trash into their lives? No. Well, I guess sometimes. Depends on who calls them rude or not. Like, probably like most of the trashy people I didn't let into my life would call me rude. I wouldn't think it's rudeness, but you know. It serves their inner narrative in that moment that I'm being rude and they're not the problem, you know? Yeah. Oh, um, I guess we're like wrapping up this topic and yeah. Wish my mom was there to help open the door. It's heavy. Yep, it is. I feel more comfort with the bad things, pain in my life than with the good things. It makes a lot of sense because how do you know what's outside? You know what's in your room. It's like, you know, like you can organize the trash in a way where it's like less bothering, maybe. And, you know, like even in a messy apartment, like you at least know where you have everything. Like you know how to find a way through it. Like you know specifically what's in there. Outside, you don't even really know what's there. Maybe you try to bring the trash out and it just gets worse. Some people said that could be the case. You know? Some people say bring the trash out is like really exhausting. Hmm, that doesn't sound too good. Other people say it's dangerous even. You won't know if you don't go outside and try. I feel like if it took out the trash now after coping for so long, it would be just weird and not being there anymore. Well, taking trash out is always a sort of freeing emotion, right? But you would have to deal with your floor below the trash being moldy and disgusting and you having to clean that floor too. And then probably like having to look maybe like at the like discolored place of floor for a while until you know at some point you maybe decide to either you actually sort of like that color of floor or you're gonna get new floor even. Or you're gonna put like a carpet on top. Or you can like make it pretty in a way if you want to. It's like not a problem which can't be fixed, but it's a new problem. There's so when you say some even say I'm a part-time serial killer. No, so if you have the like there's something called antisocial disorder. It's the thing people are diagnosed when society calls them sociopathic or psychopathic. Um, if you have antisocial disorder, it can be very freeing for you to actually not be a part of society. And you don't have to be a bad person because of that. It's just like you're different for sure. So it might be interesting to actually like check out if like antisocial disorder seems like it feels right to you. Hi, Benna. Welcome, welcome. How you are? How are you doing? We're doing well. Are we doing good here, guys? Or it's a tough topic, but I think it's a really interesting topic. But yeah, like the point is, like you choose how you want to be happy in your life, right? Like if you go back to the analogy from before, you choose how your apartment is gonna look. There's gonna be a lot of people who's gonna be like, I could never live in your apartment. But they don't have to, and that's why it doesn't matter. It just matters that you can live there. I started therapy because I was like, I can't live here anymore. This is all of this trash, it has to go. It has to go. Like, I rather deal, like, I know it's not gonna be perfect. Like, I know I'm gonna have to, like, renew the fucking floor and clean everything up and look at the mold and invest time and money and everything. And it's not going to be pretty in the beginning. But I knew that if that gets me to, even if it takes 50 fucking years, if that gets me to having a nice, decent looking apartment, it's worth the effort to me. It's worth it, for sure. You can also be like, I just want to get like this bit of trash out. And like with the rest, as of now, I feel content. But it's I feel like it's always important to acknowledge the choice we have in this. I feel like a lot of the time we are sort of making up a truth that we can't open the door or that we don't have a choice to make it easy on us because we're actually not happy with our choice, but we want to avoid having to confront what we don't want to do. And this is why we make up this truth that we don't have a choice. This is why I'm adamant about making sure that we talk about this like there's a choice. If you're content with that choice, as of right now, because otherwise there would be too much suffering, too much struggling, too much exhaustion, it would take too much energy, whatever. You do you, completely fine. But it's a choice. And it's completely valid to make the choice to not want to open the door. But it's important to acknowledge that we do have a choice in this. Because otherwise, we just are sort of unhappy our entire lives under this pretense of like, oh, I never had a choice. Like, I could never, like, I would like this so bad, but I don't have a choice. Where we could be content with living in the shitty apartment, and we could be content with making our way towards a better apartment. But, yeah. I think acknowledging this choice is like is a really important step to just feeling content with your life. Because that's going to put you in a place to actually make the decision what you want for in your life. Instead of like pushing yourself in a corner. Of box breathing? Yeah, I have actually. Yeah. I live in the Netherlands, Benna, and I'm from Germany. Good for you, 69. Good for you. I think, like, apart from that, like, a diagnosis, like, it always depends, like, how a diagnosis would even help us, right? So I feel like if you're already living a life where you're, like, super content with and happy with, well, maybe just be time waste. Yes. What's going on here? We're talking about... How do we phrase this? I feel like we're sort of like discussing about how to phrase mental health problems in a way where it's more empowering, I guess you could say. That came up in therapy today, Asta? Easy, let's go. Aw. So cute, 69. I love to hear it. All right, see ya, Fluffy. Thank you for stopping by. Aw. Sorry, earpiece. Oh, it's actually a flower. I mean, is there any questions still left, by the way, about the point we sort of made right now? And I'm glad for you, by the way, that you had like an easy therapy session today, Asta. I hope you can recharge a bit more before the narrative exposure therapy is starting again. So, if anybody still has questions or doesn't get the point we were trying to make, hit me with those questions. But if everybody's like, okay, kind of got it, and wants to sit with that, like before we start into the next topic, I would actually like or prefer to wrap up the stream with belly breathing and stretching on All Stars. But yeah, so if there's like any questions still, we definitely have time for those questions. But like about the topic we just discussed, of course. Like starting into a new topic would be tough. Didn't get the antisocial thing, if you could explain. Oh, that was only a small part, but essentially like what we call in society like sociopaths and psychopaths. Well, sociopaths, yeah, no, I think sociopaths too. Is essentially like in the DSM-5, like under antisocial disorder. So like sociopath or psychopath is not an official diagnosis. Antisocial disorder is an official diagnosis you can get diagnosed with. And yeah, like of course, like sometimes there's this image in society that as a psychopath or a sociopath, you have to be a bad person or you have to end up being a serial killer. But there's actually a lot of people with antisocial disorder living normally in society. And yeah. But like getting that diagnosis and like help with resources and psychoeducation and sort of like evolving their life to a certain point where they feel happy with can be really beneficial. But like especially for example for individuals who are like who couldn't yet accept themselves, getting a diagnosis like this can sort of help with, I don't know, just letting go of this, like I'm wrong or something, you know, but being like, ah, yeah, okay, so this is why this feels to me like that and stuff, and why I can't relate with that to others and stuff like this. But yeah, essentially, like if you're already um, accepting yourself and you have like a good life, then like a diagnosis is like a diagnosis itself doesn't help you a lot, right? Like it literally like there's like depends on what you want to get out of it. Like if you want to get medication for it, if you want to get financial support because of it, if you want to get psychoeducation because of it or something, then like sure, a diagnosis can be worth a lot. But if you don't, like if your life is already great and you don't need anything from that diagnosis, it's like it's just wasted time. Like it's essentially like you're just gonna get a label and like nothing else. So then it's like, you know, why? What do you want of the diagnosis? But I'm not somehow able. This is I'm not. I feel like when you say something like this, I don't think you understood the point I'm trying to make, because the point I'm trying to make is not that you are able to. The point I'm trying to make is that you're not able to, all of your suffering, blah blah blah, like that it's like too exhausting, it's too hard, or you avoid it, or all of that, like all of your struggles with opening that door are valid, but it's the door can be opened for you as well. Like the door is not locked or blocked or anything. You could open the door if you would have the energy or would prioritize doing that over something else, or if you would work towards that or something, you know. Like it can be the case that, I don't know, like you, for example, like depressed and you can't make it out of bed today, and then like obviously you're not going to make it to the door and open the door, or that you're just like, oh, opening the door today would be like super exhausting or something like this, right? But it's, I just want to change the phrasing that asking for help is not possible to you. Like that it's like it's possible for others, and it's the like it's okay for to do for others, but it's not okay to do for you. Because that is essentially something we tell ourselves to not be confronted with the weight of the choice to stay with a decision we don't like. While the weight of that choice, like the weight of staying with a choice which we don't like, is the motivation to start going and like proceed the choice you would prefer, you know? So it's important that it's also can be really important for ourselves and our self-esteem and our own confidence to know that we have a certain amount of power in this regard. And phrasing it in a way where I could ask for support, but today it's too exhausting to me. Like, I couldn't handle a bad experience today, so I can't get over myself today. I can't do it today. Is different than it's okay for somebody else to ask for support, but it's not okay for me to ask for support. I feel getting a diagnosis would just label me as that person with the mental health issues, and people would just know me as a person with mental illness to me. You don't have to tell your diagnosis to anybody, right? Like, your diagnosis is staying between you and your doctor and your GP if you give them, like, if you allow them to send that information over. But you don't have to tell your diagnosis to anybody. So I definitely agree. There's still a lot of stigma around certain diagnoses. There's ableism, for example, and all of that stuff. Also with like mental health issues. So I completely agree that with a lot of people, it's not useful to tell them your diagnosis. But this is like, you don't have to. Like, a diagnosis should be done to benefit you to get the proper treatment or support you need. I know, but it's easier to not open the door because it's hard. Exactly, but this is completely valid, Dragu. Like, this is not standing against what I'm saying. Like, it's completely valid that you're like, I don't want to open the door because it's just like, I just expect it to be bad and not worth it, and then I'm going to waste so much energy on it, and, you know, that's completely fine. It's valid to believe that. But that's a belief where you leave it open to yourself that that might change someday, or that in a certain situation you're going to be like, okay, but now actually it would be worth it. So, like, I'm going to open the door. But if you phrase it in a way there is no possibility to open the door, our words influence how we think. Right? Like, what we surround ourselves with, like what we consume each day, like not only like nutritional value, but like in terms of series, social media, people around us talking, all of the things we consume each day and we experience each day, which is also literally how we like treat ourselves, are going to influence how we perceive reality. So if we tell ourselves each day that it's not a possibility to open the door, instead of being, it's a possibility to open the door, but I don't want to, it's gonna make us believe it can make us believe somewhere down the road that we're like, wait, like, can I actually open the door? Nah, right? Like, it was closed. Like, I can't. Like, I think there was something that I can't. And then, like, literally, like, not even feel like there's a possibility anymore that you can open the door. Like, people are able to, what is the verb for delusional? To lie to themselves to the point where they believe it. So this is why this phrasing, why I'm making a point out of this phrasing. Like, it's gonna influence how you think about this. So it's important to stay with, I choose to not open the door, instead of the door is not able to be opened. That's an important distinction. And it's valid if you don't want to open the door. It's completely valid. Nobody can, like, people will, to the best of their ability, for example, a therapist would try to convince you that it's better to open the door. Like, not by like kicking you out or something, but by showing you enough proof that at a certain point you believe them. Like, this is why, for example, like psychoeducation can have such a positive impact. And then at a certain point you're like, okay, actually it does seem like there's, I can open the door. And there's like, it might be worth it to open the door, But yeah, it's important to have this be your choice. It also makes it easier actually to ask for support. Because this is sometimes where there's miscommunications about your needs. And this happens, like, I see this all the time with like literally like everybody I know, including myself, and I had to learn a bunch of this in therapy, is claiming a false fact unknowingly can make the response you get from people feel dismissive and like nobody understands you or wants to support you. If I tell a person, for example, instead of like, oh, I feel so exhausted today, it's so hard for me to get out of bed, I can't even take the trash out. It's just, it feels, I'm so exhausted. A friend hears this and is like, oh, okay, I get it. Maybe, I can come over, bring the trash out. If you tell that person, oh, I can't bring the trash out today, but oh my God, it bothers me so much that I can't bring the trash out today. It's so like, why can I not just bring the trash out? Like, everybody can bring their trash out, but like, I can't bring my trash out. So annoying. And they don't understand in that moment. Like, they're not involved to the point where they understand the first message when you say this, but they just hear this. They literally gonna be like, huh, but like, why can't you bring the trash out? Like, your door opens like anybody else's, right? And then you're like, yeah, my door opens then, but like, I can, why I can. Hello, like, I just can't. I wish I could, but I can't bring the trash out. And then sometimes people, even on top of that, because then they feel like they're being attacked, then they feel like their mental load is being dismissed. And then they put forward logical reasons, or like try to put forward logical reasons. Like, oh, but like the trash bins are like so far away, that. And every person who didn't get the first message is going to be like, huh? But like, it's 500 meters. Like, sure, it's 100 meters more than from the other people. But if you're so pissed about it, just bring the fucking trash out. What the hell are you saying? Like, why are you talking to me, putting all of this energy into talking to me instead of just getting over yourself and bringing the trash out? Like, people won't understand how hard it is for you if you only put forward logical reasons, if it doesn't make like only sense with these logical reasons. Like, if the actual reason is that you're so exhausted that to you it feels impossible to bring the trash out, it's like, it's completely valid to be frustrated that you're so depressed that you can't even make it out of bed, or that getting out of bed is so hard already that like you can never even think about bringing the trash out, because if you were to do that, you would literally like not be able to make it out of bed, or like, I don't know, like not be able to make yourself food or something like this. Like, if you explain it like that, people can understand. But if you just put forward logical reasons which don't include this emotional weight, it's so hard for people to understand. And it's not because they hate you. It's not because they want to dismiss you or don't care about their like your pain or something. It's literally just because it's like they take you by your word. They don't read between the lines. And sometimes they literally can, because if they don't even know you're depressed from any other like information, how would they know? How would they know? So this type of like communication issue can make it so hard to actually find support. And especially because if you then try and you do it the second way, it's gonna, like, chances are good it's gonna go bad, right? Like, chances are good it's gonna be shitty. And I had this so many times, and I felt like, now I did what my therapist told me, and it worked out shit. Like, what does he even expect me to do? Like, why is he telling me this? What the fuck? Nobody understands. Like, why should I even talk to people? And then we talked about this, and I was like, oh, fucking hell, why are you right? But why can't they just see? Like, then I was in denial, and I was like, but why can't they just see? I see if somebody is doing bad. Like, I can just, like, like, of course people don't want to put out their, like, feelings just like this. Like, nobody wants to talk about that. Hello, can I not just see? And it's like, yeah, some people might be able to see, but, like, just a bunch of people aren't. Like, you want to get along with them? And also, like, a bunch of people, like, can see in some moments, but in other moments can't. For example, via text, like, how the frick should that person know? Like, they don't even see your conflicting, like, mimic and what you're saying. They only see what you're saying. How would they know? How would they know? It's like, even I have this type of miscommunication with my friends. Like, I'm here with you. I learned so much about psychology, about mental health, about how to be there for people. I would consider myself to be amazing emotional support for a person. But I also had a situation where, like, I was talking about, like, going to a museum with my friend. And then she sent me a message of, like, oh, like, I have a mental block with, like, getting the, like, she sent me before, like, oh, getting, like, this museum's card, yeah, like, you can't pay it monthly, you have to pay it, like, in full up front. And I was like, yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know if you can pay monthly, but yeah, I don't think so. But it's like, it's also like, just like, like 75 euros. And she was like, oh, yeah, but I'm having mental block to, like, spend so much money. And I felt like, okay, so she does that and, like, gets through this, and, like, but we already had sort of, like, talked about, like, going to the museum on Saturday. So I was like, okay, I get it. So I was like, okay, can I support you anyhow? And she was like, nah, it's just, I just not have this sometimes. And I was, okay. So I thought to myself, like, okay. So, like, she's going to get over that. And, like, I'm just going to, like, look up the dates where we can go, check everything else, like, already prepare the steps ahead so she can take time here. But we don't lose out on tickets because you still have to reserve a time slot. So then I sent her, like, over the like the time frames we could go and stuff like this, and, like, hey, like, should I book already? Sort of, like, checking in, like, is it already over? Like, I can also, like, book beforehand, and then, like, later on she can still, like, buy the ticket, like, no stress. But she just has to have it before Saturday, before we go to the museum. So I sent her all of this and stuff. Nothing coming back. I felt like, okay, well, it's like maybe she, like, was heading to bed, or is, like, right now figuring this still out and, like, going through her finances or something, So I was just like, okay, anyhow, like, I'm gonna, like, do my going to bed routine, go about my day, whatever. Next day, she sends me a huge paragraph about, like, how she didn't feel seen in that moment, because to her, this mental block was not just huge, but the fact that I then, like, still texted her the days and, like, the time slots to go to the museum, and was like 5 minutes later, like, should I book these time slots? Like, let me know, was actually pushing her further. And she felt like it was pushing her boundaries in that moment. Like, she said, she literally, like, she can't sort of, do this topic right now. And I asked for, like essentially, like, I didn't hear her. I didn't see the emotional connotation of this small message. I asked, like, what's, like, if I can do anything, and there was apparently nothing to be done. So I just went about normal. It's like stuff like this happens. right? So it's a thing where like communication and figuring communication out is a task for a lifetime. It's a task for a lifetime, really. It depends on literally the person you talk to. If not, there being on top of that also a language barrier or something. So, but it doesn't need to be bad. Like, she sent me this text and I texted her back like, oh fuck, like I didn't even know. Like I didn't know this was so like such a big thing in that moment. Like I thought because you said like, you know, like I just didn't get it. And I told her like, okay, is there like anything I can do now to support you? Or like what do we want to like cancel the trip to the museum, or so like what do you need from me right now? And we were able to resolve it instantly. No problems. But it took some communication to get there. And it took her to open up to me. And at the beginning it wasn't fun for her, for sure. Like she told me about how hard it is actually for her to open up about something like this, because she always feels like she's too much of a burden in those moments. And I get it, I've been there myself. But without her opening up like this, I wouldn't have even known. Like this, I was able to instantly help her feel safe again and feel seen. And let her know that I didn't mean to dismiss her at all. I thought I was supporting her actually with like, okay, you do your thing, like I prepared the rest. You know? So something like this just happens sometimes. And finding out a way how to like best communicate this takes time. I'm doing it with my college, so then I feel like I'd be too scared to go, because even though no one might know, I feel like anyone in college will know and they will see me as a different person, even if they actually don't. Is your... Like, my personal tutor knows that I'm struggling because she's the one who made me get the counseling, and she has put something on the teacher app so all my teachers know, which worries me. Because in my high school, one of my teachers told all my class that I was struggling, so I guess I'm just scared of that happening again. Oh, okay. You can talk to her and you can talk to like the tutor and like explain to her that situation, and can tell her like, oh, you don't like, you're not ready for that. And if she can talk to the teachers, that this doesn't happen again. Like, you want the things you talk about to be confidential. And that's really important to you because you don't want to be like looked at differently. I think it's really odd that one of your teachers told your entire class that you're struggling. Like, I get the intent, but that's not the right way. And it should be made sure that you're okay with something like this. So definitely, Grace, like, talk to the tutor and talk about this fear with her, and like tell her like, hey, I'm not sure if I want to go because like this teacher like told my entire class, and I don't want everybody to know what's going on with me. Like, I feel embarrassed about this, or like shy about this, or whatever, you know? And so like, is there anything you can like do about this, like with the teachers, to like let them know they shouldn't tell anything and something like that? Like, I think it would be really good to talk with the tutor about this and inform the teachers that you don't want that. Even though I feel like the teachers should have more knowledge than this to not share this. instantly with everyone. Like, I think that's bad practice. But maybe they just need a bit of teaching themselves. And once that is made clear, like maybe the teacher will actually like say sorry to you or something. Maybe you can get a talk with the teacher specifically, so that you get a sense of like if that teacher is gonna like snitch on you next time, or if they like now understand what's actually going on. Mental health, I just woke up to being grown up in a religious cult my entire life. RIP. That can be really tough. But on the other hand, it's like, I definitely see you. Um, as a funny side note, though, didn't we all grow up in a cult and under rigorous propaganda in a certain way? Like, we're all from the capitalism cult. But growing up in a religious cult must have been really hard. And with mental health specifically, well, that's probably one of your least problems, I guess. Do you have like a mental health professional you're talking to? Lethal Trip. Gambling on a scale 1 to 10? 0. Yeah. Same, agree. Yeah. Dragoo, I appreciate you saying that. I was thinking the same. I feel like there is a law about sharing sensitive medical information. And I feel like you could probably enforce that, but the thing is, Grace doesn't want her parents to know, or like their parents to know, from what I've gotten. So, making this a legal thing is kind of tough. Kind of counterproductive. But this is why I feel like talking to the teacher specifically and talking to the tutor is really, really good and should definitely be done. Like, that's a resource you have, and I feel like you definitely should use that. And in your counseling, like, you can also just show up to the first session of counseling and just talk with the counselor themselves, like with the counselor specifically, about this being your concern. And being like, hey, how is my confidentiality being enforced? Like, this teacher spoke up about this already. Like, I don't want my parents to find out. I don't want other kids to find out, except I tell them. And I'm scared that anything I share here will be shared with the other teachers. In like of course, I get it in like a positive way of thinking, but I fear that the teachers are literally just going to tell everyone again, including my parents, without me giving the okay to do so. And under these circumstances, I don't feel confident or safe to share anything here. And if the person is a good counselor, they're going to have answers to these questions. And they're going to let you know how the plan is to maintaining this confidentiality. And if you feel confident in the plan they put forward, then you can proceed with the counseling. And if you listen to that plan or like listen to their answer and you're like, okay, they don't fucking understand me, and they're literally like, it's going to be the same shit over again, then, well, you can still make the decision to not proceed with the counseling. And like try to find different resources. There's probably a couple millions of sue. It's the UK. It's not the US. I do have to adjust the expectations here a bit. A couple millions is usually nothing in Europe. Like that it's not like nothing like, oh, everything is like billions. It's nothing in terms of like nothing ever qualifies to being a payout of millions or whatever. So yeah. But definitely like talk to your tutor about it or with the counselor and like address that. Like you don't have to like getting counseling or therapy or anything. Nobody expects you to share this sensitive information without feeling safe. So talk about that first so that you feel safe. Yeah. Exactly what I thought as that was like a couple millions. God, I wish, bro. I'm gonna be back in a minute. Um, let's do last questions. To like, if there's any questions to the topics we had as of now, let's do last questions because I do want to wrap up. Zach initially told me to wrap up the stream earlier than usual, so I'm already kind of like, but I'm gonna pee and then we start with belly breathing, stretching, all stars, or answer to last questions for a couple of minutes. Out of curiosity, how do Americans afford to sue people? I swear everywhere else lawyers cost too much for the average person to sue anyone. Have you like to that? There is a thing called Rechtsschutzversicherung, German word. You're welcome. There's a thing called Rechtsschutzversicherung in Germany, which is translated to legal insurance. Thank you. And well, with that, you can afford to sue people. Yeah. I've heard no safety on this information whatsoever. Okay, I have heard several years ago that apparently some lawyers take on cases on a like on the basis of getting a certain percentage of the settling money. So like you go to them, you show them the case. They essentially look at the case and are like, okay, I'm definitely going to win this. Or like, there's a good chance. And if I would win this, it would be millions. And then they just say like, oh, you can't pay now. Well, anyhow, if I get like 20% of the settling money, I'm gonna like do this like for you. Like if we lose, like you don't pay anything, but like if we win, and I think we're gonna win, like I'm gonna get 20%, and then they take the case anyhow. But like this is like, again, this is something I heard from I don't know where several years ago. Salt chunks, okay? Like take this with a chunk of salt, please. But I feel like it could make sense because the settling amounts are so high. I feel like this would be like a very beneficial to the lawyer type agreement. Ah, yeah, exactly. Exactly, Miss Forever. Yeah. Okay, so I'm actually right. Easy. I'm kind of a bit scared. I'm sorry, buddy. I do agree that German sounds scary. Especially the what I was saying, the like legal insurance. Like that's just I don't know. I honestly only said it who? I honestly only said it because I thought like everybody is gonna think it's like super funny. Because I don't know why, like people just think German sounds so funny. So it was like, let me give you a little trait. So to that I have to say Germans are angrier than Dutch people. I think like they're more pissed off on a basis, like on just base level is just more pissed off than Dutch people. Um, and Dutch to me seems definitely harsher than German. Like I feel like German is the way you speak it. Like we do have like sh and stuff like this, but sh you do like in the front part of the mouth and like wait like how do you say Versicherung? Yeah, you all say that like in your mouth. Like we have very little words which are being like pronounced here, where it's like it's not hard on your throat or like it shouldn't be. Well, at least like where I come from, Germany. But my German is very like the official German, if that makes sense. But exactly, the Dutch have a lot of words where you speak them like in like up here, for example, with the G, or like Utrecht. It's here, or the like Gouda is like so far back, and it's like I literally like I sometimes when I like speak too long Dutch, like when like if I try to learn it and I speak it for like an hour or something, I feel like I'm getting sick. So because it's like it's just a level of exhaustion I'm not used to from my vocal cords. And thank you, Esther. I do take that compliment to heart. So, with that, I'm just going to assume we don't have any questions about what I explained beforehand. And so I would wrap up the stream here. Um, mm, I can't say gyroscope. Is that how you say it or no? I have no idea. It was really nice hanging out. I love you all. It's so much fun with you. By the way, I love that we're like that there's like a, like a few girlies joining the stream as well. Like it's just something where like coming from like being a gaming streamer, I don't know why. I like it was like always mostly like a just male dominated stream. So I'm really happy to see like it being a bit more balanced these days. Don't worry about it, Drago. Always happy to have you here. So thank you so much for this All-Star. And you're welcome, Grace. We're here for you all. You know it. Can we... Actually, is it okay when we skip on... if we skip on belly breathing today? Let's just do some stretching. What's also good, by the way, apart from stretching, is just like moving. So what I always love to do, actually, is just like jump or something. Because like I personally, like I always have like way too much tension. And just shaking a bit, it's like sometimes can feel so good. Like it looks stupid as hell, but it's just, I don't know, it can feel so good. So what is your all-star? Like for the people who haven't shared it yet. I have one thing which was my favorite, and I have one thing I'm thankful for. So one thing which was my favorite topic specifically, was the asking for help always goes wrong type discussion. I feel like that was like we only got there by like sort of by chance, and it wasn't the most part of the stream or anything, but it's a thing where it's like while talking about it, I only noticed then how much that actually has changed for me since back in the days. And I noticed how good it actually is to know this. And I don't know, with that, with sort of realizing that in this moment, I just felt so motivated to explain this to you all and explain how it was to me and like put out the example and everything. And it's just, yeah, it just was my favorite topic because I think it was sort of like we haven't spoken about this beforehand, and I think it's sometimes maybe a dark spot when we talk to people about like, oh yeah, you need to like just ask for support and stuff. Because I feel like people back then also told me to ask for support, but asking for support the way I did it wasn't successful. And only when I noticed how these communication patterns are actually failing me, I was able to develop a more successful communication pattern. And so, I don't know, I feel like that topic felt like it has impact and is something which needed to be said. And that's why I loved it so much. I also really enjoyed the door analogy and that part of the discussion. I really liked that too. There's one thing I'm grateful for because today I noticed that I was actually like a slightly, like a tiny bit worried. Um, that like so the viewer numbers for me, I don't know if that's actually true. The viewer numbers for me were always around like 11 or 12 viewers today. And this was like less than the like significantly less than the last streams. And it made me sort of wonder like, oh, is this, I don't know, like maybe the recent changes we made are not good or not liked and stuff. And like, are we developing in a good direction? Like, is this like, I don't know, it just brought up some like questions, and I noticed how I got a bit worried, um, or like concerned because of it. But once I noticed, I was able to come back to the fact that the goals I have for the stream are not high viewer numbers, but are good discussions and good communications, like just good talks, you know, which means something and help. And in that moment, I just felt so grateful because I noticed how, like, this lower viewer number, like, sort of made me worried because I was sort of scared that I wouldn't have that anymore. But when I looked at the chat, all of you were there and we had exactly that. Like, we fulfilled that goal perfectly to a point where I didn't even, like, I wasn't even able to follow all of these messages. And we had such good conversations and such good discussions. And so that's what I'm grateful for. Yeah. And I don't know, with that, I was just able to let go of like this viewer number thing completely because I just noticed, like, true, I just, you know, like, there are these people we help with, and this stream helps, and I support in the stream with, and where this stream is like like a net positive, you know? Yeah. By the hospital, was it? My also says that too. We love to help others, but we were really have to ask for help ourselves too sometimes. Get the friends that are willing to share space with you and help you when you're down too. Yeah. And hi, Valiant. Welcome, welcome. You're sadly coming in right when we're leaving. So I have to disappoint you here, but we're like about to go offline. You're doing amazing. No need to doubt yourself. I know it's really hard, but I believe in you. Well, I mean, like, we're changing certain aspects of the stream, right? So there's constantly sort of like some evaluation about like if new things we put in are going well or not. So I don't know, and it's a complicated evaluation because, for example, like I feel like what I recently noticed is that we did this we did the list thing with spotlights, and then we wanted to sort of like reduce the spotlights, but what I feel like is that like since then we didn't have that many spotlights necessary at all, and at the same time we didn't have that like heart of a spotlight anymore. So it's like, I don't know, it's like it feels complicated to evaluate whether like what we're doing right now is good or not, because it's not entirely like, you know, like what are we actually doing right now? The thing we wanted to try is to have like 2 spotlights per stream and then general discussion time. But since then we didn't have these very clear cut 2 spotlights and the general discussion time, but it was more like we started with the mental health check-in, and then we sort of moved on to a spotlight, but which was a bit combined with a general discussion. And then we had a bunch of general discussion and just talk about statistics and stuff like that as well. And just less spotlights. While in the first stream where we tried these like the spotlight queue, we had so many requests for spotlight that we didn't get through them at all. So I don't know, I'm confused about the data I'm getting and what to do with it, if that makes sense. Yeah. But it's also like really hard because it's like you would need way more data to actually make an informed decision, if that makes sense. So it's like, I don't know, like this data is like so little that it could be influenced by so many different things. So I don't know. Yeah, confused is a good word, I think. I'm glad that I found this stream. It gave me a place to talk to people who understand and are supportive. Well, thank you, Grace, for saying that. I'm glad you feel that way. And it's designed to be specifically a space for this. So we're happy to have you here. It was really nice talking to you. I hope you know that, Grace. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I do like sort of like agree, Asta. It's like what I told you also like last time, right? It's like because there's a lot going on for you, it's like a spotlight is used to cover sort of like a very specific topic or question. And I feel like having like a very specific topic or question is hard in your case, maybe, because there's a lot going on. And if you ever have like a specific topic or question, then like for sure we can do spotlight. We can talk about that specifically. And I feel like at certain points we already did a spotlight actually about like I don't know like grief about your friend or something, you know, or like auditory hallucinations at some point, like more of like a soft spotlight, but in a certain way, you know. Um, but it's just harder to stay with this specific topic because there are so many things involved. And because you already are also like in treatment for these things. So it's like to me it's a thing of like if you want help with the big stuff, that's your psychologist's job. And with the small stuff, it feels like you actually have that figured out so often. Like if you talk about and sort of tell about like sort of like night terrors or something like this, like it's you already have that handled. Like you know how to cope, you know how to be graceful with yourself there, you know how to like regain energy and everything. You like talk to your therapist about it and like have the future planned out properly, you know? So it's a thing where it's like at this point it's like shitty, you know? But it's like everything is handled which can be handled. And I feel like the only thing we can do for you here is like talk about how it's like of course like annoying and us just like giving you emotional support but have by having like a safe space here and a place to stay and talk about stuff, you know, maybe like cope a little bit as well. And like everything else, I think you're handling perfectly well already. So I feel like honestly, like this is how, like, why we're not having spotlights like with other people, with you, Asta. I don't think it's a negative part. I think it's actually like coming from a place of like positivity essentially because it's like you got this. Like you're in the moment in the trenches, but like you're already on the right path. You have to go through the trenches. And there's nothing we can change about that. And we can just be here with you while you're going through the trenches to make it that bit better and bit easier. Right. I mean, if there's any question where you feel like, you know, like I would like some advice on this, or like how to handle something like this, or how to handle certain emotions or something like this, Asta, then go for it and we can make a spotlight out of it. Don't worry at all. Like, we got the time for that. For sure. Just like, definitely, like, do ask. And if you notice, like, well, yeah, actually, like, I have that figured out and the other thing is also figured out, then, yeah, you notice that this is why we're not having spotlights. Sometimes I get tired of hearing myself yap. I don't, forever. I'm also a person who talks a lot, and I like it. Thanks. Sometimes I feel people don't understand, but talking to you and everyone in here made me realize that people do understand. Yeah. Can I like share this message? The like thanks. Sometimes I feel people don't understand, but talking to you and everyone in here made me realize that people do understand. Like, can I share this in this like little channel where I keep like all the positive feedback? I love that, and I just want to keep it close. Yeah. Yeah, let's chat about that a little bit more, Indy. And hi, my son. Very sadly, we're going offline right now, guys. I'm so sorry. There's like so many new people coming in right now, but I'm literally going offline. Like we're just wrapping up. All I want in life is an unlimited supply of plushies, and I'm happy. Learn crocheting. Literally, look at this. I made all of this. I crocheted all of these. I'm literally gonna sell them, by the way. I just didn't get around to it yet. But I'm telling you now. Like, if you have money to blow, you can support the stream by buying plushies. So, yeah. Maybe we can talk about insecurity next week. I would love to. A therapist tried with me, but I don't got patience. I get distracted and bored really quickly, except if it's my special interest. I get it. Well, you need to like just find the right things, right? Like I feel like what I sort of hoped for was that like because you make plushies, it's going to turn into your special interest. But if that's not the case, it's just not the right hobby for you, and that's fine. You know? Really is. Like I personally, I love doing multiple things at the same time because I also don't have the patience to. We're actually. I'm starting a new topic right now. No, 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 no. I gotta go. I gotta go. You can sew plushies too. Yeah, you could. I even have a sewing machine. But you know, you would have to do that too. Okay. So let me check who sent you all over. Do you all want to go to? Oh my God, there's a frog. Do you all want to go to Jim the mental health coach, or are you done with mental health as a topic and rather want to go to 5 adorable baby barn owls who are eating a frog right now, I think. Oh, actually, no, that was still paused. They're just, oh my God, it looks so fluffy. Anyways, yeah, do you guys want to do that or go to Gymnet Mental Health Coach? Where do you guys want to go? Send us to cute grid. Well, that's gonna take a while. So where do you all want to go? I'm already gonna send the links in. Fluffy owls? Fluffy. Okay, perfect. So, Exactly. We have a Discord server. So if you want to join the Discord server, we have like a good news bot there who's going to share some positive news. We all know in in today's current age that's kind of nice. And we like you would have the stream notifications, and we're currently also putting in a bot which is going to do like daily mental health check-ins. You can opt in for if you want to. We do try to keep notifications on like an opt-in type level. And we also have like a bunch of different channels for like poetry, 3D printing, music, cooking, mental health, physical health, D&D, all types of things. So do consider joining. Then the YouTube link. All of the streams here are being uploaded to YouTube after they're finished. So then on YouTube, if you want to rewatch something, or you look for me, like you look to find something where I talked about a different topic which is of interest to you, you can check it out there. Or if you're looking for like vlogs or... What are you doing, Indy? I'm literally going offline. Hello. Oh my god. Oh, true, it's German. I thought that command was English. Yeah. I'm gonna end that. Thank you so much, Indy, for 5 gift subs. Hello. Thank you for the support. No, I'm out of it. Anyways, on YouTube are also travel vlogs, actually, like really old travel vlogs, anyhow, and Minecraft tutorials. And then I also have a shop where I sell like D&D assets, for example, like printable like character sheets, also for Stormlight, Drawsteel, and Daggerheart. And merch for D&D or mental health awareness merch, and Pride merch, and the Pride and mental health awareness merch are all an all-time low price. And I also have like new stream merch there, which is literally like including this mouse pad, by the way, just FYI. Well, it's not actually new stream merch. I resurfaced like some of my legacy merch, and I'm working on new merch. And there's also like stream assets, emotes, animated backgrounds, stuff like this. So if you're looking for like anything to support the stream while also getting something, you're gonna find it there. And at some point, I'm gonna sell dice there. Yeah. And then, last but not least, this resource list, amazing. It has free resources on the internet, which are just nice, about every topic. Really any topic. Can only recommend that. And I'm gonna show you all quickly the new dice I made. It's like so hard to show. But yeah, they're amazing, right? I love them. Like with the gold flakes and everything. Like I still need to ink them. That's why there's like the numbers are like, you know, can't see them. But Like, it's so pretty. It literally like honey dies. Like, do you see how it's like glittering in the sun? They're like inside. Yeah. They're so nice, right? I love them so much. I can't wait to like polish them. Like, well, I can't wait to polish them. I hate polishing, but I can't wait to ink them, and then have them be ready. Like, hello. Like, look at them. How pretty. Oh, I love them so much. Sorry, I'm obsessed. Oh my god, we have a hype train now. It's all your fault. And hi, guy with anxiety. Yeah, sorry, we're going offline, buddy. Are they real flowers in a resin? No, these not, but the others are. Like, these I made myself as well, right? And like here, there's like, it's like hard to see because like they're so dark, but there's like a flower petal inside. And for these others, there's like just tiny, yeah, I don't know how to like show this properly, but like tiny flowers. I don't know if this is sharp or not. But yeah. Jenny's on? Wait. Oh, she literally just went live. Perfect. Perfect. It's birthday week. Even. Let's go. We're gonna start it off right here. Okay. So raid is starting. We're just not gonna finish the hype train anyhow or whatever. Fuck that. It's anyhow just to make money. You're so cool and pretty. Thank you, Grace. So, thank you so much, Indy, for 5 gifted subs again. Thank you all so much for your support. Also, the people just like watching or lurking, it's like, you know, it's gonna like put you up higher in the list and stuff. So, thank you all for being here and thank you for your support. It's so much appreciated. It helps us to keep this mission going and make this stream and these resources available for more people out there. And you know how important that is. Also, if anybody ever wants to make clips, you're highly welcome because I hate making clips. So if you all want to help making clips, because then I could like post these on social media, that would be highly appreciated. Just on as a side note, it's like one of the things you can do as well to support me. Glad I found you, even though you're heading out. Aww. See you on Monday. See you on Monday, all right?